Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to another day of Karen Reed trial. Y'all, yesterday was not a normal court day, and I'm going to fill you in real quickly. I have made some notes, and we're going to talk about it. But Karen Reed is getting ready to start right this minute. Give me a second. Oh, there we go. I am dual living this morning. So those of you who don't know what that means, I have two lives going at one time, which means I'm hearing both lives at the exact same time in my ears. So this is going to be a captioning day. So but let's get into Karen Reed. Day 11 really got off the ground in a very unusual way. Let me embiggen this for a minute. Hard to see myself, and I'm this small. So the jury barely even made it into the courthouse before the whole day shifted into a fight over what the jury can and cannot see. Now, instead of testimony, the morning was turned into a long argument with the defense getting so snippy. I thought the judge would snip a head off, but man, that man is cool as cucumber. The defense and the prosecution and the judge were arguing over the transcripts, the redactions, and now the infamous walk the dog letter. The transcript mess before the jury came in, the state had planned to call their next witness, but the defense immediately pushed back, saying that parts of Kouri's interview should not be shown to the jury. If parts are shown, then they should show all of it, 7 hours worth of it. The prosecution argued that these sections were necessary for context. The judge reviewed all the information and decided more of the interview could come in, and the defense wanted it. Now, the ruling alone showed the ruling alone that he made slowed everything down, for lack of a better word. The letters that they I'm having a hard hold on. It's really disconcerting to be talking and hearing court in your hearing aids at the same time, and it's louder than you, and it's just a little bit I gotta catch myself. Okay. Anyway, back to the walk the dog letter. So now the state asked Kouri, says that Kouri wrote the letter. Oh, they're quiet for a minute. Yay. The state says that Kouri had written the letter in jail and tried to pass it off as a part of a 65-page book that she claimed she was writing. Don't know if I believe that. The problem is simple, but very serious. The judge is not supposed to know. The judge and the jury is now they're loud again. I'm going to do this, y'all, for a minute. Hold on. Oh, the jury is not supposed to know that she's in jail. Now, I don't know why that's such a big ordeal. A lot of people are in jail while waiting for trial, but they don't want the jury to know that she's in jail. If the state introduces the letter in a way that alludes or shows that she's currently in jail, it will risk blowing up the trial, a mistrial. The judge has to figure out how to handle the letter without crossing that line and requires more time than anyone expected. When he asked defense how long would like when she asked for continuance, she said 2 days. He said, "Yeah, nope." So the jury was sent home. Good morning, Miss Ari. The jury was sent home because the court needed to work through all these issues outside the presence of the jury. So the judge dismissed them for the day. No testimony happened yesterday. No progress on the state's timeline. And now a sneeze is trying to happen. Just legal cleanup. So day 11 was a wash for the jury. So even though nothing happened with the jury, the rulings behind the scene were very important. The judge allowed more of Kouri's interview to be shown, which strengthens the state's ability to tell and complete the story. However, they got to dance around the fact that the jury's not supposed to know that she's in jail. So with that problem, the state has got to solve this carefully. And the state plans to wrap up its case, hopefully today. The defense did gain some time till today, but it was, like I said, limited. So that is pretty much where we are. I could go much deeper, but it'd take too long. I think everybody wants to get into court, so let's get into court. I'm going to put my ears back on. It's like trying to talk over a rock concert, you guys. It literally is. It is like trying to talk. Oh my gosh, hold on. Oh, very much so like trying to talk over a rock concert. Have 2 lives in your ear at one time, y'all, is a skill to obtain. I will say that. And be able to understand any of them. So guys, if you see me looking at different screens, I am reading, captioning everywhere today. Today is a captioning day. Good morning, Miss Ari. Good morning, all you lurkers. We are now going into court. Here we go. We got judge's head, people's heads. I'm scooching till we get judge's face.
Proceedings yesterday. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant are present, as is defendant Kouri Richins. Let me just provide a summary of how we got from yesterday to today. At the close of proceedings yesterday, we had a plan to receive defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R as prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B. After everybody left the courthouse and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801 D1B, issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that, had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission, of portions of only 2 of the proffered exhibits. That would be 5-58R and 8-62R under Rule 106. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It would help me to just go through these one at a time and talk about what's happening here. So let's start with Exhibit 5-58R. which is the transcript of a May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber. And we begin, as I understand it, and I'm going off the eight 58R. Did I misspeak? My apologies. 8-58R. Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right email here. And I'm not. My apologies. I need to print the state's response. One moment.
Your Honor, it's probably the 8:05 p.m.
Yes, that's right. So, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, in response to the state's highlights in and around page 75, lines 1921, the defendant states, quote, "This completely resolves this proffered section, leaving nothing for the court to decide." But then the state, I think, sees it a little differently. Help me understand here.
Yes, Your Honor. The highlighted, I think for the purpose of this discussion, the highlights are immaterial. The highlights related to the 801 discussion.
Okay.
So in the 805 email last night, the state set forth its view by page and line number of the 106 argument.
Okay, so the state's position is that page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13 from this should be published under Rule 106.
That's correct. And that section of that statement, that section of the transcript applies to both the first and second paragraphs. It encompasses both of the statements both of defense's statements that are outlined in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the 805 email.
Understood. And so to the extent when we look at 8-58R, to the extent that between page 65, line 4 and page 87, line 13, there are some sections that are not currently highlighted, is the state's position that those are included in the state's request?
Yes, Your Honor. I think for purpose of this discussion, we can ignore highlighting.
Okay, got it. Let me pause there. Ms. Lewis, take a moment. Take the time you need. Brittany, will you restart that printer for me? Thank you.
Your Honor,
I didn't realize we were ignoring the highlights until right now, so.
Well, I think if it helps speed things along, as I understand it, the defendant didn't have any trouble with the highlighted portions. It's now the unhighlighted portions between 65 and 87 that we
Well,
need to make sure you get an opportunity to respond to.
Actually, Your Honor, we had agreed to letting in all of the highlighted portion on page 75 and 76 because that would be what was related to the statement that I elicited on cross. So that's what we had agreed to, which is what we believed the state wanted, because like I said, it wasn't until Mr. Bloodworth just said we were now ignoring highlights. So we agreed to page 75, line 8, starting at line 8, through page 76, ending at line 5, under the rule of completeness, because that completed the discussion around the elicited statement, which is give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. I think going all the way back and adding in everything does not have to do with that statement. It's a lot of discussion. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with O'Driscoll's statement that was elicited through Carmen. It's talking about, I'm trying to look at the unhighlighted parts now. I mean, it is talking about that it's about she doesn't know the situation between Eric and Kouri, which wouldn't have anything to do with that. It's about...
Okay, guys, I am noticing that both of my streams are slow and glitching. Am I correct? Let me know if the stream does not appear to be running smoothly. This may be because I'm running 2 streams at one time. If that is the case, I'm going to have to delay the reality star, which we're not really having a whole lot of views, and we will play the Kouri Richins as primary. So I think for the sake of the stream, I am going to delay and stop the reality star because it's too glitchy. And we will focus on the Karen Reed, and then later during breaks, we'll pop into the reality star trial. My apologies, but I'd rather have one really good stream than to have 2 choppy and crappy streams. So with that, I'm going to end the reality star one at Cole Goldberg day 3 for the moment. We will be diving in on that in the breaks and lunches in the Karen Reed, Kouri Richinson. The KRs are killing me. The Kouri Richinson trial. We will go to the Kouri Richinson's trial. I don't know. When you spend 4 years on Karen Reed, KR is automatically Karen Reed. The Kouri Richardson trial, we're going to go ahead and go on over to that one. And we will watch that one. And like I said, we will hit highlights of this one during breaks and lunches. And then if I have time after the Kouri Richins trial is over at the end of the day, I will stream this one while I pack. So my apologies. We tried it, but like I said, I'd rather give one good quality at a time than 2 iffy ones. So thank you so much for joining us. We will hop on over and meet us over at the Kouri Richins, and during breaks, we will catch up where we left off. Thanks again. Have a good morning. Bye. Okay, Kouri's people, let's see if this is a better stream. Sorry, I'm waiting for that one to end so I can close it out. No, I don't want to do that. Let me just put it on taskbar until it finishes downloading. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All over at the Kouri Richins. I hope this is good. Ari, was that, oh, thank you, Miss Diane. So please tell me if this improves the stream, because I noticed it was kind of difficult. I have a lot open over here, so let me close some of the stuff down. There were no subs. There was 2 likes, so we'll do that. And let's see how this is.
We're going to meet again. She says I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure out. I mean,
How
this
is the
doesn't have
sound?
anything to do with that statement by Detective O'Driscoll. I mean, I agree the stuff right before that and immediately after that completes
Ari, I need a sound check.
that line of question and answers should come in, but For example, on page 67, Detective Maynard says, I'm just saying we're going to need you to settle down and get details and timelines. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the statement. And it's also hearsay by Detective Maynard. I mean, I suppose if Mr. Bloodworth wants to question Detective O'Driscoll about some of these other statements, that would be appropriate, but I disagree that all of this comes in under the rule of completeness.
I think we need to be a little bit careful here. It's not Detective O'Driscoll's statements that are subject to the rule of completeness. It is Ms. Lauber's statements that are potentially subject to the rule of completeness. And as I understood the state's position, it was the context provided by Detective O'Driscoll's statement on page 75 combined with Ms. Lauber's response on page 82. And that was, as I understood from back when Carmen Lauber testified in open court, what the state believed they needed to correct the arc of. Is that fairly stated, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor, and I can provide additional detail to the extent we need it.
If you would just make a record for why the state believes page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13 is required to explain, qualify, or provide context for Ms. Lauber's testimony, I'd appreciate it.
Your Honor, the necessary context is that Carmen Lauber was agitated about her involvement in Eric Richins' death, and the detectives were trying to settle her down and focus her in on the details. The court can see the word details in this portion of the transcript appears a dozen or so times as Carmen Lauber is scattered. They're trying to just get her focused in on the details, and in the details, and explaining to her, right, because the broader context here is they're talking about her immunity, and they're explaining to her that details are necessary so that they can corroborate them, and that corroboration of those details is necessary for immunity. That is the context of the statement.
Ms. Lewis, go from there, please.
Sorry, just a moment.
Your Honor, if the state could add, that is the narrowly tailored context of the statement. The state, water under the bridge, but the state has argued the entire series of interviews provides that context as well.
That's been preserved.
It has. I appreciate that.
Well, I understand what they're saying. I don't disagree that all of that is necessary under the rule of completeness. So I would just stand by our objection that really what should come in is the complete statement on page 75 and 76. I will say in looking at this, though, I was already, when we were looking at it previously, just the highlighted, I really didn't have a problem with through line on page 82 through line 17 on page 82, because I actually do think some of that came in during cross. I'm not, probably like to take out the stuff between, well, no, that's okay, never mind. So I really don't have a problem with line 8, starting with line 8 on 75, through line 17. Although, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this skips. I mean, we go from 76 to 82, so
No, the state's request, and I can appreciate why you just need a moment to walk through it. But sitting here this morning, the state's request under Rule 106 is to publish, among other portions, page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13
all right,
of
so
this.
you also want, which you didn't include, 77 through, that's where you lost me.
So there is a gap in what we're looking at, of pages 77 through 82.
Is there?
Yes. But they provided that they wanted jump from page 76 to 82.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bloodworth. I'm reading your email of 8:05 p.m. 65, line 4 through 87, 13 inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I think that the disconnect here is the pages we're looking at. or
Jump.
She's looking at jump, yes.
Oh, okay.
So now you want the pages you don't have to wrong.
I did not appreciate that. I've got to see the other pages.
So do I.
Yeah, my
Well,
apologies.
I think, here's what we'll do. Page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13.
87? 13?
Minus pages 77 through 81.
Gotta look at
Okay. So now we're back to
We're
the
back.
proposed
This will take us here
5-58R.
just in a more efficient way.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Now I think we're all on the same page regarding the paper version of 5. I keep doing that. 8-58R that we're looking at. Thank you for raising that. So just so the record is clear, we're currently contemplating page 65, line 4 through 7625, and then 82.1 through 87.13.
I would agree with 76, starting at line 8, through the bottom, I'm sorry, 75, starting at line 8, through the bottom of 76, and I'm all right with page 82 through line 17, but we would object to the rest.
Okay, bear with me. All right, so the court is persuaded that the statements of Carmen Lauber elicited on cross-examination, as indicated on proposed exhibit 8-58R on pages 75, line 19 through 22, 82 lines 8 through 11, and page 86, lines 17 through 19, require, under Rule of 106, context, qualification, and explanation in the form of additional portions of 8-58R. And those additional portions are page 65, line 4, through page 76, line 25, and page 82, line 1, through page 87, 13. Any clarification, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right.
No.
So I think that handles numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 in the email exchange between counsel, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to numbered paragraph number 3. Bear with me. So here, to provide additional context, qualification, and explanation for Ms. Lauber's statement that I get that related to the get out of jail free card, Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state is requesting publishing 114 line 6 through 115 line 6. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I think the discussion about what Ms. Richins is doing, about the children and the relationship with their father, all of that doesn't add any context to what Detective Maynard's statement is. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to going through line 12 where she says, oh, I get that. But the rest of it it's also quite prejudicial.
Why is it prejudicial? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's prejudicial. I don't have any discretion here if it's required for.
I understand. But
So.
I mean, the fact that he says you're on what your get out of jail free card looks like based on the information that, and then he says there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad, there's a family that doesn't have a brother. I mean, what does her response about the boys and Eric have anything to do with the fact that she now has the get out of jail free card if she gives them her information? It's
I
not
understand the
connected.
state's position to be this shows what her motivation, the complete version of her motivation, rather than just a motivation to serve her own interests. Is that about right, Mr. Bloodworth?
That is, Your Honor. And Detective Maynard couples the two in his statement. It's get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. He's coupled them.
And, I'm sorry, can you finish?
Yeah.
I don't know why just going through line 12 where Ms. Lauber says, oh, I get that, why doesn't that complete that she gets that that's why it is because of this reason? Why do we have to go into the rest of the relationship with Eric and the kids and that Kouri's living her life while everybody else is suffering? I don't understand how that completes anything more than just ending with Ms. Lauber's statement at line 12, that she understands that's why it is, because of the circumstances.
Mr. Bloodworth? Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, it completes Carmen Lauber's expression of her motivation to cooperate.
Okay. Having considered the arguments of counsel and looked at Carmen Lauber's statement on page 114, line 12, the court is persuaded that under Rule 106, publishing of page 114, line 6 through page 115, line 6, is necessary to explain, qualify, and provide context for her response. All right. That brings us to pages 182 and 183, correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, the statement that the state seeks to provide additional context, explanation, and qualification for is Ms. Lauber's statement on page 183, line 5. Can you guys just write it and I sign it? Correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the state's position is that under Rule 106, we're required to go back to 182, line 12, and include through 183, line 14. Do I have your position correctly?
You do, Your Honor, and that necessary context is that the detectives needed Carmen Lauber to put her verbal statements on paper and that detectives were not able to do it for her.
Actually, I'm fine with that. I think there was a typo in what we said in our response.
Okay. Very good. The
Those
court
are
is,
the lines.
oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lewis. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying, in terms of the lines we agreed to, I think that's just typed incorrectly. That's not a problem.
Okay. Under Rule 106, the state is permitted to publish line 182, page 182, line 12 through 183, line 14 from 8-58R. Anything else from 8-58R, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right. That brings us to 8-62R, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We go to page 12. Here, in response to a question from Detective Maynard, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Ms. Lauber says right. And the state asserts that completeness requires that we also publish page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 22. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And the necessary context there is that Carmen Lauber is spooked by the federal grand jury investigation, and Detective Maynard is assuring her that that federal grand jury investigation is secondary to the murder investigation.
Ms. Lewis?
Your Honor, I really think that if we start at page 11, line 20, and go through 12, line 20, that it states enough to cover all of that without getting into the grand jury, which is a whole other can of worms.
Why can't we go to 13, line 7? It gets a little confusing after that, I'll grant you, but 13, line 7, I think, is an important closure on that issue of the potential for federal charges.
I'd like to take out the reference to the grand jury. What if we
help me understand, what is it you think is a problem with the grand jury? This is what they're talking about, is federal charges.
Well, they are, but it's clear in here that she's saying federal charges are the next, that's more up the chain serious, like the highest extreme. So it's already in here that they're already saying that federal charges are more serious, and he's telling her not to worry about that without getting into the grand jury, which causes me concerns. I mean, that's something we've avoided talking about. It speculates that it's going to allow the jury to speculate about what that means if there's other charges. I think most people don't know what a grand jury is. They may think there's another jury that's made some kind of finding. I mean, we maybe could go through line 7 if we just take out we could even just take out on 13, starting at line 2, just take out that's where it's formalizing it with the grand jury.
Let's talk about mechanics for a second, Mr. Bloodworth. I understand, or I appreciate that these are many under Rule 16 of requiring the state to recall Ms. Lauber in its case in chief to make sure that defendant has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber about the alleged violation of her drug court probation in November 2023. I know only 12 hours have transpired since that time, Mr. Bloodworth, but what is the state's expectation?
Your Honor, she will be here at 1 o'clock.
All right. Are we starting with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
I imagine that nobody will be discussing with her what she's coming back to testify regarding between.
Well, I told her she was still subject to the subpoena, that she was not released. I'm sure all officers of the court will abide by the rules there. You'd be within your rights to ask her if she's talked to anybody in the meantime.
Sure.
I imagine the state will have some limited redirect of her upon putting her on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can clarify just scope of cross. I think the record's clear in the state's papers that defense has already had an opportunity to examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
Right.
I'm happy to protect the record. But as I understand it, the scope of defense's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber today is limited to impeachment based on the materials surrounding her supervision.
Yeah, even, I think more specifically, the material received by the defense pursuant to the subpoena that allegedly revealed this potential violation of her drug court probation in November of 2023. That's the new information.
Okay, and as I understand, that new information is an unsigned affidavit, although substantively that affidavit is no different than the information provided pre-trial.
Yeah, that was a little unclear from the papers as to whether the subpoena response gave more detail than what was provided pre-trial. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear, this will come out in the court's oral ruling.
Sure.
The court is not making any finding that the Summit County Attorney's Office intentionally withheld any information, but the knowledge of Detective Maynard is imputed to the state, and so we are where we are.
Your Honor, I appreciate all that. I think the only information in the subpoena return that was new was a printout of a link to a drug test result, the link which has long expired. So,
Was the unsigned declaration provided prior to trial?
Your Honor, it was not, but all the substance
I see.
in that unsigned declaration was provided prior to trial.
Well, to prevent any
Sure.
infirmity on appeal, my view is that the scope of this recross that the court is providing the defense an opportunity to do are the facts and circumstances related to any potential violation of Ms. Lauber's drug court terms and conditions in November of 2023.
Understand.
Ms. Lewis.
Just some clarification. Well, first, the only information we had before was that she apparently had drank alcohol. The information about the circumstances surrounding that is new. But the other thing, so I included in what the state sent us was the letter that Carmen Lauber sent to Judge Mabee, which I did have before, but I didn't question her about it. But now I would like to point out that what she says in that letter is not accurate.
What's the date of the letter?
February 15th of 2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance, so.
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink. We don't know if she ever consumed it. And so, I mean, I suppose if you want to ask her if she violated her condition of not possessing or purchasing alcohol, you can ask her that. But
Your Honor, I'm not sure that's,
No, it says she was consuming it here.
well, that's an unsigned affidavit. We got to be careful. That's not evidence of anything. It's just words on a piece of paper. You can ask her about it, but we can't admit that. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the letter to Judge Mabee, I believe, has been in discovery for years.
No, and Ms. Lewis is not suggesting otherwise. It's just she's not suggesting now she has, in her view, evidence that the statements made by Ms. Lauber in the letter are not true. And so she now has a reason to ask her about that.
Understand.
And then we were provided also this, I guess it's a screenshot of texts between Ms. Lauber and Detective Maynard that we just got also for the first time that I didn't have. So I would like to ask her again about her communications and her supervision.
As long as you're within the dates of those text messages. Unless they had those as well. I don't know.
I mean,
Your Honor, they don't, but she testified to exactly what the text messages show, so I don't know if there's any impeachment there.
And is that true?
She testified that, off of my memory,
Yeah.
she testified that her check-ins with Detective Maynard amounted to one of them texting Lauber, the other responding with Maynard, which is precisely what the texts show. So in fact, I think the text messages are 100% entirely consistent with Carmen Lauber's testimony.
Ms. Lewis, let me look at the text with you for a moment. My apologies.
that's fine. I would need to look at that portion of the testimony again, because maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I know she also testified about a lot of communications with Detective Maynard. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to ask her if these communications were in text, because the texts don't include that. And I don't know why we have just a screenshot of a week of text. I mean, this is incomplete.
Well, but Ms. Lauber's not going to know why that's what you received from the subpoena response. You can ask Detective Maynard about that if you want to call him.
About why we only have these dates. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Ms. Lauber won't know why Detective Maynard or the Summit County Sheriff's Office did or didn't
right.
produce
I wasn't
additional
gonna-
records.
I wasn't going to ask her that. I was talking about if this is a fair representation of all of her texts. I mean, I was.
All of her texts for Saturday, February 14 through Monday, February 16.
Well, I think I could ask her if this was a representation of her text throughout her supervision, if this is what they did.
There's no. What's the foundation for the fact that they only texted for 3 days in February of 2024?
No, what I'm saying is, I think I can ask her, show her this and say, are these 3 days a representation? Is this how you always communicated with him? Not just these 3 days. Does this represent how you always communicated with him?
I'll give you a limited latitude there.
Okay. And then,
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
and then I need to look at exactly what she said about that before, but I may have some other questions regarding how they communicated other than these
Okay.
texts.
Take a look at it. Let me know if you want to readdress this prior to 1 p.m.
All right. Let me just make sure that's everything.
Now, to be clear, my view is that because we're in the state's case in chief and we're recalling one of the state's witnesses, Mr. Bloodworth, if you want on direct to direct examine Ms. Lauber regarding the November 2023 events, if any, you're permitted to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Let me pause there. Anything else on the record at this time, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Am I correct that the state's intention, as we sit here at the moment, is to call Ms. Lauber and Detective O'Driscoll today?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any intention, as you sit here at the moment, to call any other witnesses in the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay. Understanding we may or may not get Detective O'Driscoll done today, but certainly will sometime tomorrow. Does the defense, if it plans to put on witnesses, that's your prerogative to choose whether or not to do so, have a couple or more in the wings for tomorrow?
We do.
Okay, very good. Anything else
They're
on the record
putting on
right
a
now,
case.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
Def-
Nestor?
We'll definitely want to need to take a break after they rest to do our Rule 17 motion.
Fine.
And we also, while we're talking about scheduling, we've got plenty of time here. We would like to build in a little bit of time to have a conversation with our client upon their arresting. There are some decisions the client will need to make. And we
Whether
need
she'll
about 30
testify.
minutes to do that.
No problem. No problem. Okay.
Meaning, we need to find out if our client has chosen to testify or not to testify. We will let you know. But apparently, they are going to put on a case in chief. That was a poll question yesterday. Do you believe they're going to put a case in chief on? Yeah.
Anything else on the record at this time, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right, folks, we will be in recess. Why don't we plan council to be back at 12:45, just to make sure we handle any issues that may come up between now and 1 p.m. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Court's in recess, folks. Thank you.
Okay, so they are in recess. So we're going to go to the other trial. We're going to be watching it. Kouri Richins' trial is on break. And let me put when they'll return till I'm going to put 2 p.m. Central Time. Okay, Kouri Richins' trial's on break till 2 p.m. Central Time. So we are currently watching the Florida versus Cole Goldberg. We're going to save that. We're going to run that banner so people know what the heck is going on. And wow, that plummeted. But let's share this trial. And now, y'all, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. This trial is hot mess. Yeah, I kid you not. How's my sound? Am I too loud, Maud? Y'all? Am I too loud, y'all? Let me know. This trial is a hot mess. Now we can watch the Goldberg trial. That's right. Let me switch my placement. So let's watch the Goldberg trial. But I do want to say, y'all, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. This is good. And I mean a hot mess. I mean a hot mess.
Would you please introduce yourself to his honor?
Well, you're the only one still here, boo. Nobody else is. Everybody left.
And where do you live? And do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a project manager at a construction company.
Do you also work for Cole's family?
I did for many years.
And what did you do for them?
I was the administrative director, I guess. I did everything at the front desk.
And how long did you work for them for?
I was 15 until 2023, so it was 2010.
All right. Did you go to college?
We did.
Where did you go?
Florida State University.
And when did you graduate?
2024.
When did you first meet Cole Goldberg?
At Spanish River, my freshman year.
High school?
High school,
Was that in 2015 approximately?
yes.
And did you and Cole become boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes, we did. We dated for 4 years.
In a committed relationship for 4 years?
Yes, committed relationship.
No other boyfriends or girlfriends through that 4-year relationship?
No.
And why did you two eventually separate after 4 years?
We just grew apart. There was a lot of love for each other, but we were more friends than boyfriend and girlfriend. It was more family.
You went off to FSU,
Yes.
and Cole went off to a different college.
Yeah, and then he eventually went to FSU as well.
And when he went off to the other college, did he suffer a football injury?
Yeah, but we were still together then.
All right. And then eventually he finished up at FSU, is that correct?
Yes.
And since your breakup, you and Cole have remained good friends?
Yes, we always stayed in contact other than the time period that he was in another relationship.
And what do you mean by that?
We always stayed in contact in the sense of, how are you? Or, oh, I saw you. Happy birthday. And last time I said happy birthday to him was when he blocked me because his girlfriend didn't like it.
Objection, speculation?
Overall.
You can finish your answer.
Okay, so she didn't like it, so I was blocked then, and we didn't speak from then on. That was pretty much it, but we've always kept up with each other, and I'm really good friends with the family. So if it wasn't through him, it was with his brother, his mom. I still worked for them, so I was always still around.
After, was that girlfriend Ms. Schwitzky?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
And after Cole and Ms. Schwitzky were no longer in a relationship, did you and Cole begin speaking again on a regular basis?
Yes, of course. I was always there to support him.
So it was only during this 9-month period or so when they were together that you two really weren't communicating?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would still see Cole out and about in Boca, is that right, Boca Raton?
Yes, or Fort Lauderdale, which is where the Hard Rock is.
Okay.
If it wasn't directly, we were still in the same vicinity or just same mutuals.
Do you know Cole's current girlfriend, Jasmine?
I do.
And are you two friendly as well?
Yes.
Good friends?
Yes.
You and Cole have other mutual friends other than the ones we've discussed?
Our whole hometown is mutual.
So you know a lot of people that he knows, obviously.
Yes.
And in your community friends, does Cole have a reputation for being a peaceful guy?
Absolutely.
And you would know best, you've been with him for many, many years.
Yes, since we were kids.
During your relationship with Cole, did you ever observe him to be the jealous type?
Never. I almost sometimes wish that he was, but
What do you
he
mean
didn't
by
get
that?
it. I would want a reaction. I would want, give me a little bit of jealousy, and it never got to that. It was always very, I have you, what else do you want? So there was no jealousy.
Do you know somebody, you know Carolyn Schwitzky, you talked a little bit about her, right?
I only had one interaction with her.
All right, and was that an interaction that occurred in March of 2022, shortly before this incident occurred?
Is this the Rocco's Tacos?
Yes,
Your
it
Honor, I would
was.
object at this time to the back character evidence of the victim.
Overrule the objection for now.
Okay. Did you have an encounter with Ms. Schwitzky in March of 2022 at Rocco Tacos in Boca?
Yes, she approached my table.
We'll just,
Okay.
okay. So was, Rocco Tacos is a restaurant in Boca, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
All right. And did you see Cole and Ms. Schwitzky there sometime in March?
I didn't know they were there until they came to my table.
All right. So you were there with who?
My 6 girlfriends.
And there was no plan to meet Cole there or anything like that, right?
No one knew I was in town, just my 6 girlfriends.
All right. And when you were having a dinner, were you approached by somebody?
Yes.
And who was that?
Caroline.
And what happened?
She interrogated me on,
Objection to the same objection of character evidence.
Still gonna overrule objection for now.
You can answer.
so she interrogated my table saying, do I still speak to Cole? I said, actually, I really don't because of you, but I speak with his family, I work with his family.
And that's
she-
because at this point, she had blocked you, correct, like you testified earlier?
Yes, actually,
Or-
or I said happy birthday, which I think is why she was upset that we still spoke,
Okay.
but we didn't, I said happy birthday to him.
Okay.
And she didn't like that. His family didn't allow her to work at the camp, and I still did, but
Okay,
really,
all right, and was there a commotion that occurred at the table?
yeah, she had to be removed and I got my whole bill. for
Objection
free.
to bad character evidence.
Sustain.
Did she exhibit, in your mind, was this a jealous encounter? Was she jealous of you?
That or insecure, I'm not sure which one. but-
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
And what happened as a result of that incident at the restaurant?
I got my meal for free and all my 6 friends,
It was comped.
because,
Objection to
Can we move on?
relevance.
Yes. Would you characterize Cole as a social drinker?
yeah,
Did you ever observe Cole drinking alcohol to become aggressive or anything like that?
no, it was just a good time, having fun.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Angela.
Cross-examination.
Hi again, Ms. Rada.
Hi,
Last time I saw you, you were about to graduate from college, so congratulations.
thank you.
All right, so you've known Cole for a long time.
Yes,
He played high school football.
yes,
He played D2 school football in college.
yes,
He played D1 school football in his other college.
yes,
You've kind of followed him, even if you haven't been super close. You've known him for a really long time, since you guys were kids. How young do you think you've known him since?
I was 14, 15 until now I'm 25, so.
And 14, 15, you guys started dating. You were a sophomore, he was a senior.
No, I think we started dating 15, 16.
Okay, so you met him and then you started dating. All right. Now, you guys break up and you stay friends, right?
Yes,
And you weren't really sure if he wanted to stay friends or kind of get back together with you, right?
what's the question? If you want to get back together with me?
You weren't really sure if he wanted to just stay friends with you after you broke up or maybe get back together.
And I was sure, he always wanted to make this work out, so we,
What I'm saying is, you weren't sure whether, when you guys stayed in touch after you broke up, whether Cole wanted to just stay friends with you and just keep that as the relationship, or kind of keep talking to you because maybe you guys would get back together.
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Now, you were always around, is what you said, indirect,
yes,
and this was even after the breakup.
yes.
How long after you broke up did you keep working for his family?
We broke up in 2020 and I just kept working for them until 2023, so 3 years.
Okay, and so that includes when you were at FSU?
Yes.
And so would you kind of do like a remote thing for them, or was it intermittent?
It was seasonal, so whenever it was summer break or winter break.
Okay, so basically anytime you were in Boca, you had a job with Cole's
Yes.
family for 3 years?
Yes,
Okay. And you only stopped that, I'm assuming, because you graduated college and or started your career?
yes,
Okay. But you're still close to everybody in that family?
yes,
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but on direct examination, you indicated that when you had contact with Ms. Schwitzky at Rocco's Tacos, it was 2022?
no.
Okay,
Or it was a month prior to the whole incident,
okay.
that's all I remember.
All right, so the whole incident happens in April, right?
Yes,
And then you were saying that right after his birthday and you had sent him a text, you see him unplanned at Rocco's, correct?
Yes,
Right. Now, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Okay. And that was back on January 19th of 2024.
Yes.
And on that day, do you think you said something different? May I press on this, Judge? I'm going to refer you, can make you read aloud so it makes more sense to you. I'm going to refer you to page 7, or it's page 13, line 7, and I'm going to go through page 14, line 18. So 7 to 18.
Okay.
Read it to yourself, don't read it out loud.
I'm done.
Okay, so do you remember saying something different back at your deposition?
Yeah, the deposition says that it was in November 2021, but I was home. I came from Thanksgiving break in November 2021, and the incident in Rocco's was in April.
Okay, so you're completely changing your testimony today from what you said in your depo, and you're saying that instead of it happening on November of 2021, it now happened in April of 2022.
I guess, but it was just me saying that I was visiting home from college. I could have gotten that mixed up because I also come home from college in spring break. So
All right.
the incident still happened.
So referring to page 14, line 15 through 17. I think it was 2021, so I broke up with him in 2020. March 2021, I said happy birthday. November 2021 was when she came to the table at Rocco's Tacos.
I meant to say April 2022.
Can you agree with me that's about 6 months difference? 5, 6 months difference?
Does that make a difference on that the incident happened?
Ms. Rada, you were in a sworn deposition. What you say matters. So is your testimony today that you were wrong by 5 months?
I was wrong by 5 months.
Okay, so what you're saying today,
Objection asked and answered.
I have another question, but she's answered it.
I'll move on. Can I have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Nothing else, Judge.
Any of your representatives?
No, you're.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You can sit down. Any additional witnesses or evidence that's this time?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Call over, Your Honor.
Do you have any other than Mr. Goldberg?
No, sir.
All right.
Oh, yes, we have the expert witness.
I got you. Do you think Mr. Goldberg can be done before lunchtime? Or how do you want to break early for lunch? What do you want me to do?
Whatever the court wants, we'll put them on, stop whenever the court wants.
Okay. Mr. Goldberg, if you could raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you put your hand down now. So remember, I told you before you were going to get a chance to think about whether or not you wanted to testify. That decision was going to be a personal one. And when they called you to testify, I would ask you if you had time to think about it, if you made a decision whether or not to testify. Recall that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk to your attorneys? And I'm not asking what they told you, but have you had enough time to talk to your attorneys about whether or not you want to testify?
Yes, sir.
And have you made your own personal decision?
Yes, sir.
What is your decision?
I will testify.
Is anybody forcing, pressuring, threatening, or coercing you to testify?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything to get you to testify?
No, sir.
As you sit here in court today, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you suffering from any mental health conditions that would affect your ability to understand what we're doing in court and
No, sir.
what you're doing, the decision that you're making?
No, sir.
And after having all that discussion, so your desire to testify?
Yes, sir.
State, do you have any other inquiries you want to make, Mr. Goldberg?
No.
Why don't you step on up to the witness?
Just have a bathroom break for 2 minutes.
Sure. Why don't we take a 5-minute bathroom break and then we'll get some of Mr. Goldberg's testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so she can't remember when they broke up. Not a huge deal in my book, but we'll see what the jury feels. I'm skimming, get us caught up with court. Here we go. For those of you who don't know, our Kouri Richins is in basically on a hold pattern until 2 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock their time, Utah time, which is 3 o'clock East Coast time.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Cole Goldberg.
Spell your last name, please.
Goldberg.
Where do you live, Mr. Goldberg?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
And who do you live with?
I live with my family, my mom, dad, sister, brother, and my girlfriend. I have a guest house off to the side currently.
Okay, and that's where you live with your girlfriend in the guest home?
Yes, sir.
And are you the oldest of the 3 children?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
I am 26. I turn 27 tomorrow.
Okay. Did you grow up in Boca?
Nicely
Yes,
dressed.
for the most part.
Okay. When did you move to Boca?
When I was in first grade, so maybe 5, 6 years old.
Okay. Where did you come from?
I was born in Long Island, New York.
Okay. And where you live now, is it where you lived back in 2022 in this case, Apple?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of the community?
It's called the Broken Sound Country Club.
Is it a fairly affluent community?
I would say so.
Okay. Tell us where you went to school.
I went to Calusa Elementary School, then Omni Middle School, and Spanish River High School. And then I went to Lake Forest College in Chicago. I got a academic and athletic scholarship.
And what kind of scholarship? Academic? And what was the other one?
Athletic was like a 50-50 scholarship.
For what kind of sports?
Football.
And what position did you play?
I played receiver.
Wide receiver?
Wide receiver, yes.
And you do that throughout high school?
Yes.
And we went to Lake Forest is the name of the school?
Yes.
Is that a D2 school?
It was actually D3.
Oh, okay. And did you actually play there?
I only stayed for about 2 weeks in training camp, and I unfortunately suffered a torn meniscus, so I came back home for surgery.
Okay. And what did you do after that for school?
I recovered and ended up going to Florida Atlantic University, where I was able to walk on the team there as well.
Okay. Did you actually make the team?
Yes.
Like red shirt?
Just a walk on.
Oh, walk on. Okay. And is that a D1 school?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually play there?
No, sir.
How come?
My injuries just kept keeping up, and COVID happened, then I ended up transferring to Florida State University.
Okay. Did you eventually graduate Florida State?
Yes, sir.
And while growing up, we met Angela. That was obviously your ex-girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you share the same sentiments about what happened with Caroline that she testified to? Like at Rocco's Tacos and you blocking her and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about after you graduated college. What year was that?
I graduated in December of 2021.
Okay, and that was from Florida State?
Yes, sir. I finished online.
And what was it during COVID?
Yeah, it was towards the back end of COVID. I also didn't really want to be up there that long. I was still focused on my studies, and I was preparing for actually to go to law school. I had my LSAT scheduled and all that stuff, and it was very distracting up in Tallahassee.
Okay, distracting me, partying?
Yes, I lived with 3 other roommates, and they constantly were having people over during the week, and I just couldn't focus there, so I came home.
Okay. And you come from a long line of attorneys in your family?
Yes, sir.
And that's been on hold since this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you come home, you work, what do you do when you're home? When you're finishing school and just graduating, what do you do?
On the side, when I was taking finishing online, I was just working part-time at the Dare nightclub in Hollywood Hard Rock Hotel.
And I know it's obvious there, nightclub, but basically what is it?
It's just a day and night club. They have sections, they have big performers coming in.
Hold on, you say day and night, I don't know what that
They
means.
have two sections, so they have an outdoor with a pool, they have day party, and then they have an interior for the nightclub.
Okay, so sometimes it's functioning during the day and sometimes at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people generally your age go there?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was sort of like a promoter. I just knew a lot of people just growing up in the area, and everyone just liked to go there. I was like the new club back in the day, so it was definitely had a lot of hype. I would bring people in, just fill up sections, which are tables, try to sell some as well.
Did you get paid by the amount of people you bring in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this a part-time job?
Yes, I just did it for on the side, just for extra money.
Roughly how much would you make a week or a month, roughly?
A month, about maybe 2,000, nothing crazy.
Okay. And did you have any other jobs at this point?
No, I was just focused on finishing school and preparing for my LSAT.
All right. Did you eventually meet Caroline Schwitzky?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet her?
She was at one of the tables that I was working on at their nightclub. She was just sitting there when I came in.
Okay. And did you eventually strike up a relationship or a friendship?
Yeah, I introduced myself. I offered her a drink. Was being very polite. And I didn't realize it was her, or wondering who that was, because I was so down in the section to group people too. And she was just there.
Okay. And is it fair to say you both became very close?
Definitely, yes.
Tell the court how close were you with her? Now, did you meet her children?
I did, yes.
And what were the ages roughly of the children during that time period?
She had 3 kids. It was Chase, Jaden, and Chanel, so 2 boys and 1 girl. Chase was the oldest, I believe he was about 9 years old, and there's Jaden, which was 8, and Chanel, the girl, which was about 7.
Okay. And did you eventually come to meet them
Yes.
pretty quick?
Yes.
Did you babysit them at times?
Yes.
Were they brought over to your family's home?
Yes, they came over a couple times. They were in part of the kids program my mom has. She was teaching dance classes as well there.
Who was teaching dance
At
classes?
Schwitzky at times.
All right. So your mom has a daycare?
Yes.
Okay. So you start going out with Miss Schwitzky, was this every day, once a week? How often would you?
Well, she lived in Miramar, and it was kind of an hour away from me, give or take. So I would mostly see her on the weekends when we went to there together. She eventually got a job there as well, maybe once during the week, once or twice. But towards the end of the relationship, it was more and more during the week as well.
Did you ever try to deceive her how old you were?
Sorry?
Did you ever deceive her or lie to her how old you were?
No.
Did she tell you how old she was?
At the time, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so she's 10, 11 years older than you?
10 years old, yes.
Okay, that didn't bother you?
No. I didn't think anything of it.
Were you looking for a long-term relationship or marriage or becoming a stepdad?
No, not at all.
So why did you continue a relationship with her? What happened?
We were actually both in agreement that it was just sort of like a day by day or a summer thing. I met her in July, and we were kind of best friends and kept just being with each other every time.
So it lasted a lot longer than you anticipated?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Schwitzky also spend nights at your home
She did.
with your parents?
Yes.
In the guest house or?
The guest house, yes.
Oh, okay. Were kids there or they were being watched by somebody else?
They came, they never stayed the night though.
Okay. Did you know what kind of work Ms. Schwitzky did when you first met her or during your relationship?
Yes, she told me she was a talent agent, and she was also a truck dispatcher at the time I met her. Just for a 9-to-5 job, and just that makes some extra money.
Did you ever get involved in her business?
No, I didn't.
All right. How about in terms of reality stuff? Did you know she did reality TV?
Yes.
Were you ever planning on doing reality with her, or did she ever try to get you to participate in that?
Yeah, we had a plan at one, we did.
What were you going to do?
She wanted to go on divorce court.
And that never happened because of this case?
Correct.
So, during your relationship, let's jump to April 24th of 2022. Was your relationship on the outs at that point, like she testified to?
No, we were perfectly fine. I mean, we had a very loving, caring relationship. We were basically best friends, and we enjoyed every second together.
Okay. So when she testified yesterday that she woke up in the morning and basically saying it was over, do you share the same sentiments as she does?
No, not at all. She uses that pretty loosely at times, just if she doesn't get what she wants sometimes, but it was never really a serious thing.
What was not really a serious thing?
If she ever says, oh, like, oh, we're done or whatever,
Oh, she would say that during her relationship with you?
at times if she doesn't, like if I say, oh, well, I want to go to Publix with your children for a second, or I can't afford it at times, and she's like, oh, you're not a man, we're done.
All right. Did you come to financially help her, so to speak?
Yes, I helped with rent at times, car repairments, many other things, gas, nails. As the time went on, the months went on, I took on more responsibilities that I couldn't really do.
Where's he get money from?
I actually had to take it out of my student loan account. I wasn't making money at the time.
Just from your nightclub?
That's it, that's the only real income I was making.
Okay, so you borrowed money or took money from your student loans?
Correct.
Okay. Did that bother you, or you were okay with it?
It didn't bother me, but I felt like I had no option.
Okay. If you wanted to keep the relationship?
Correct.
All right, and you wanted to keep the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So I know the court knows what Boca Bash is, we heard a lot about that. I won't get into that, but there came a time where you were going to Boca Bash,
Yes.
and have you been to Boca Bash before?
I've been going maybe since I was 10 years old.
Okay, so most of your life.
Yes.
Did your family have a boat at one point?
Yes.
And most of your friends have boats, or a lot of them do?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Lake Boca?
Yes.
Tell the court what Lake Boca basically looks like, what it is.
Lake Boca, it's like a perimeter. There's a hotel on the west side.
What kind of hotel?
It's called the Boca Raton right now.
Okay.
It's a big bank tower.
Oh, okay, that used to be Boca Resort?
Correct.
Oh, okay, and they redid it?
Yes.
Okay. So-
There's homes on the east side, the north side, and I believe there's another hotel on the south side. There's a channel on the west side where the boat traffic goes, and then if you go maybe southeast, that's where the inlet is, where the ocean, you get access to the ocean.
Okay, and you've been there, how many times did you say, to that area?
Well, every time I go on a boat, you go there. That's like the place to go.
Okay. And Boca Bash is just a large, super large gathering of people?
Yes, it's an annual event, the last Sunday of every April. Everyone just plans to go there and spend the whole day. It's a big boating event.
All right. Were you aware the police had problems over there previous to this, April 2022?
Problems?
Like they were trying to shut it down, or were you aware of anything like that?
Yes, of course. There's a lot of incidents. Unfortunately, people like to try to drink and drive afterwards. So there's a lot of police in the area, and a lot of accidents happen.
Okay. And you were aware of that when you went there?
Yes.
All right. You haven't been back, have you?
Since then, no.
Okay. So April 23rd, the day before 2022, this incident happened. Remember what you did?
Caroline spent the night with me. That's pretty much it.
Okay. At your parents' home, and you're in the guest house with her?
Correct, because we had to wake up pretty early, probably around 7:30 a.m.
All right. And when you got up, was there any conflicts at all between you and Caroline?
I didn't think there was a conflict, but there was a time where I had connections to boats and
You what?
connections to a boat. So people wanted to reserve boats last minute for Boca Bash because they're very strict with the amount of people on a boat per person per life jacket.
What do you mean they had connections with boats?
I know people that were renting out boats.
Oh, okay. Friends of yours?
Yeah.
All right. This wasn't like a business, it just...
No, it was just something I was helping a friend that called me.
Oh,
So I was going to refer her to a boat that she should get on that morning.
did that cause a problem?
Yeah, she kind of questioned me and was like, who's calling you? Why are you speaking to a girl? And I was like, I'm just a friend of mine. I'm just trying to help her get out this Boca Bash this morning.
Was this a major problem, or was something that just got...
I mean,
Just left under the
it was just thrown into the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We were both super excited to go that day. It was her first time there, and she was constantly talking how excited she was to go.
All right. And you were excited?
Of course, yes.
All right. And you get to see a lot of your friends, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. So you guys wake up, what do you do after that? Where do you go?
We wake up, we get some breakfast, then we proceed to CVS and Publix. She got some makeup accessories, I got some ice, and we we picked up, I believe, some champagne and seltzers, alcohol seltzers,
Okay,
and maybe a food platter, can't recall it.
all right. And you bring this where?
We go to Sebastian Espinosa's father's house.
Okay, and you've been there before?
Yes,
And he testified, you agree you're friends with him?
yes, sir.
Okay. And we're fair to say there was multiple people on Sebastian's father's boat,
Yeah, I would say there's around 10 to 12 people.
and it's Dr. Sebastian's, what's his last name, Fabrizio? I'm sorry, what's Sebastian's last name?
It was Dr. Espinosa's.
Espinosa. All right. And you know him too?
Yes, I did.
And he was driving the boat?
Yes,
Okay. And the rest of the people on the boat were your age approximately?
I would say so, yes.
All right. So when you're leaving, is there any problems between you and Ms. Schlitzky at this point?
Not at all, we were super excited to go. Again, it was her first time, and she really wanted to go. It's an annual event that only happens once a year, so she was really excited.
Is it important to get there early?
Definitely, if you want to get a spot by the sandbar.
Okay. And do you guys leave pretty early?
We leave around 9:30, I would say we leave the ramp, where's dock?
All right. That's just a guess?
Yes, yes,
All right. But pretty early?
definitely is.
All right. And when you get there, is there anything unusual happen on the way there?
Now everyone's listening to music, and we see all the boat traffic heading towards Lake Boca.
Okay. Just an all day?
Everyone's excited. Yes.
Okay. And where do y'all park generally or pull up?
We went to the middle, which is the sandbar, so we could, so we're able to stand.
When you, the tides must change, but when you first get there, how high is the sandbar? Like if you're on the sandbar, how high is the water?
The morning was pretty low, I would say. It was, when we got there, I would say it was maybe shin high, just barely above, right below the knees, I would say.
Okay, how about this gets later? Does it change?
Yes.
What's the difference?
I mean, it's constantly going up and down, but it raises definitely towards the afternoon.
Just give us an
Above the knee now, definitely.
Well, above the waist?
Not in the sandbar, but if you go a little bit out, further out, maybe your head's under.
Okay, but you could stand on the sandbar all day if you wanted to.
Yes.
Okay, you've been there over and over many times?
Yes.
All right. So you guys get there, you all start drinking when you first get there, or how does that work?
Yeah, everyone has a drink, kind of like start the day drink, and just happy to be there. So.
Did you start drinking actually before you arrived to the sandbar area?
On the way there, we definitely, everyone had a really good mimosa.
Okay. Do you think by 10 o'clock you were feeling the effects a little bit of alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. So you drove to Mr. Espinosa's home. How were you going to get home that day?
I was planning on Ubering or maybe spending the night at his house.
You knew you weren't going to drive?
No.
Okay. So you drink and you weren't worried about causing any issues?
Correct.
At least for driving?
Correct.
Okay. So you all start drinking even before you get to the sandbar?
Yes, the boat's driving, we started drinking, yes.
Okay. So by early morning, you're already feeling the effects?
Yes.
All right. And do you continue drinking throughout the day?
Yes, I did.
And what do you do when you get there? What do y'all do?
We have another drink, we get off on the sandbar, we're just kind of socializing, the music's playing. His dad tied up to maybe 3 or 4 friends' boats.
Okay.
So
Did you know all these people?
no, I'm meeting them for the first time, so I'm
Okay.
just introducing myself, I'm introducing Caroline to them. We're just having a good time.
All right. Any issues before noon?
No, not at all.
Just everyone having fun?
Everyone's having a great time, yes.
Okay. You hopping boat to boat?
Yes,
So when they're tied up, you just climb over one boat?
correct, yes.
Okay. Any problems with that?
No,
All right. So let's go further in the day. So 1 o'clock, how many drinks do you think you had? I know you probably weren't counting, were you?
no, but if I were to guess, maybe 1 an hour.
Okay, at least 1 hour probably, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you all doing shots as well?
There was a couple of shots involved, yes.
Okay. Was Carolyn drinking like you?
Yeah, she was definitely, we were going drink for drink pretty much. I've had experience there, so there was a point where I was factoring in, of course, water as the sun's beaming and there's lack of food and water, so it's important to drink water. And it was the first time there, I guess she realized to pace herself, and I was trying to give her some water and she kind of was refusing.
Okay. Well, she may have not drank the whole drink like she said, right? You wouldn't know, would you?
I saw her finish completely, I mean, especially shots, you have to pretty much complete it in one shot.
All right. So were you both getting pretty sloshed or intoxicated during the day?
Yes.
All right. Any arguments at all, or did you feel like you were still in love with this lady?
Not at all. We were having, I loved it. We were having a great time. We were both still excited. It was our first time there. She kept saying, it's my first time. I'm having a great time. I love it. I love it.
All right, so would you characterize the day from the beginning as a crappy day?
Not at all.
So as time went on, what did y'all do? Did you start going away from the sandbar, or did you stay there and keep boat hopping? What did you do?
So we actually went away from the sandbar a little bit. We went more north. We were still in the sandbar. We're walking. It was like getting a little deeper because there was a Celsius boat.
What's a Celsius boat? What's
It's
that?
a energy drink.
Okay.
They were giving out free cases just for sponsorship.
How many people are there, would you estimate, in the sandbar area? What would you
It's
estimate?
pretty crowded. A couple hundred.
How about boats? How many boats would you estimate?
Same amount.
It's real crowded.
Yes.
And the sandbar, how big is it, would you estimate? Or
I'm not too sure.
football fields?
Maybe half a football field, 50 yards.
Okay, so how many people would you estimate are on the sandbar?
A couple hundred.
Are there also people floating in the water?
Yes.
Are the jet skis there as well?
Jet skis, paddleboards, kayaks, all types of boating.
All right, so you talk about a Celsius energy drink boat. Tell us about that.
So we walk over, at this point we're just socializing. We've been on around Sebastian's area for the majority of the morning, so we want to explore. So we go over talking to people, meeting people. I got a case of Celsius, and I actually bring it back for everyone to use because they gave me at least actually 2 cases. So I gave it back to everyone that was in Sebastian's boat.
They just hand them out for free?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are there also planes flying with banners and things like that?
Yes.
All right, so it's a big celebration party.
Yes.
All right, so you bring back the energy drinks, and then what happens?
I'm kind of handing it out. I have one myself. And then Caroline and I decide to blow it out even more.
All right. You see a lot of your friends?
Yes.
Without telling me all their names, do you know most of the people that you socialize with?
Yes.
Did Carolyn know anybody that you knew?
At times, the majority not. This was the first time that she was meeting everybody.
Okay. And Anthony Nemo, did she know him?
Yes.
You all been out together?
Yes, plenty of times.
How about the other, Mr. Espinosa, do you know she knew him?
Yes.
And there was a guy named Polino, or what was his name?
Stephen?
Yeah, he was on the boat with you originally?
No.
Oh. All right. So you introduced her to some people that she did not know, right?
Yes.
Was everything going fine?
Yes.
No issues?
No issues.
Did there come a time where it became an issue?
No.
Never?
No.
All right. So there came a time that that brought you there left, remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about that. What do you remember about that?
So we were boat hopping at that time, so we went to the south side where the bigger yachts parked because they have to be in deeper waters. Of course, they're bigger boats. So we were boat hopping, we swam there. We were there maybe for an hour, Caroline and I. It was actually a sponsored vodka boat, so they were giving out tastes of their vodka.
Do you remember the name of the boat?
It was a Thule.
Okay, do you know the name of the vodka?
It was a Thule.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not truly, but a Thule.
A Thule, yes. So there's a DJ we're checking it out, like, oh, maybe we'll come back later.
There's a DJ on this boat?
Yes, it's like a 3-deck boat, so they have a full DJ equipment on top.
So it's like a super yacht?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And anyone can just hop on, hop off?
Yeah, I mean, Belfast is like a big party, so sometimes you could just go on anyone's boats, everyone's welcoming pretty much for the most part, and people are boat hopping all day.
All right, so you go on this boat to Thule, what time do you think that was?
This was probably at like midday, 12:15-ish.
Okay, what do you do there?
They offer us a taste of their vodka, as they're giving pretty much everyone.
When you say a taste, you mean a can?
No, they gave me a red solo cup and a mixed drink, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You're not denying you were drinking?
No.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much everyone was drinking.
Okay. This is not the first day you drank, obviously.
No.
So you're on the boat, you get a sample of their alcohol, then what do you do?
We're just saying hi to people, socializing, and then we decide to swim back to Espinosa's boat. It was a pretty cross swim. I mean, we were kind of tired at that point. We were hanging on to his anchors, asking him to use floaties and things like that. So.
And this is around noon? 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, I think.
Where were your belongings?
Espinosa's boat.
And when I say belongings, what did you have?
I had a backpack.
What else? Anything in the backpack?
I believe my cell phone was in my backpack as well.
And did Caroline Schwitzky bring any belongings?
She had her cell phone and possibly a bag that was also in my backpack.
You lost me. She had a cell phone and what?
Possibly a bag or some clothes that was also in my backpack.
Oh, okay, so you had her clothes
Correct.
in your backpack.
Correct.
And where was the phone?
It's somewhere in my backpack as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you swim back, you said you guys were getting a little tired?
Yes, it was a far swim, so because they were in the deep ends in the south side, and Espinosa's boat was in the sandbar in the middle.
How far would you estimate in terms of yards did you have to swim?
We swam about 50 yards.
Took you guys a while?
Yeah, we took our time. We were breaking and stuff.
Okay.
It was the middle of the day, the sun was out, so
All right. So eventually you get back to Espinosa boat?
we finally made it back. It was actually difficult to find them because there's so many boats. We almost lost where they were placed.
They kind of all look the same?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, he didn't have a super yacht, did he?
No.
What kind of boat was that?
It was just a normal basic boat. No like center console or anything. 2 engines.
All right, so you eventually find his boat,
Yes.
and then what do you do?
I actually see them anchoring up, so I was like, guys, what are you doing? It's so early. They're like, yeah, we're leaving, we're tired. Just told people on Sebastian was saying, just told people on the boat that are ready to go.
What time do you think this is approximately?
This is maybe like 1:32-ish.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's telling you they're leaving?
Yes.
Did he invite you to come on home?
He did, yes.
And were you with Caroline when he did that?
Yes.
And what did y'all decide to do?
I was like, Caroline, what do you want to do? I mean, maybe you can leave right now, this is a ride. She's like, it's my first time here, I had such a great time. I think we should stay. It's so early still.
And that's what y'all did.
Yes. So I asked Sebastian for my belongings, and we were just standing in the sandbar waiting for our next move.
And what kind of backpack did you have?
I had it was like a big black backpack, I forgot, I think it was like a Porsche design.
Okay. So you're carrying your belongings, Caroline's clothes, and both your phones?
Yes, I had everything in my backpack to make it easier and less.
All right. And when you're on the sandbar, the water is not affecting anything in the backpack?
Correct.
All right, so they leave. What do y'all do? You go to the sandbar, then what do you do?
Yeah, we're on the sandbar, kind of just socializing around still. I'm trying to figure out where we're gonna go next. I realized that I called some friends, people I knew, and someone had they were docked more into like the Channel Deep area on the west side. So they mentioned they had a paddleboard that could pick us up.
Okay. Did you have any food during this time period?
I don't think so, no.
How about water?
Maybe one or two, but it was hard to come by. A lot of people drank it by then.
Oh, okay. So you called a friend who was in deeper water on their boat?
Yes, because they came quite later.
All right. And they came with a paddleboard to get you?
Yes.
Tell us about that. What did y'all do?
They came to pick us up. It was 2 individuals. They picked up Caroline and I on the paddleboard, so 4 people were sitting on the paddleboard, and they brought us over to where their boats are tied up.
All right. And that was how far would you estimate from the sandbar area?
So the sandbar was in the center, so we headed west, maybe 40, 50 yards.
Okay. And when you get there, what do you do?
We got on, it's Captain Doobie's boat, and they were tied up with Braden's boat. And all the boats were along the line as well, but those were the 2 that I was going back and forth on.
And Anthony Nemo, what boat was he on?
He was on the Braden's boat.
Okay. And these 2 boats, can you describe them for us? What kind of boats they are? Captain Doobie's boat and Braden's boat?
They're just normal sized boats. They have maybe 10, 12 people also, similar to Finaz's boat.
Okay. And there's no like sleeping quarters in these boats?
No,
Just open like fishing boats?
pretty much, yes.
All right. And Captain Doobie, you know him?
That was my first time meeting him.
So you go on his boat?
Yes,
And Caroline too, I assume?
yes.
And best estimate of time at this point, what are you thinking? What time?
This is maybe about 2:33, around there.
So is that an approximation?
Yes.
All right. What do you do there?
Socializing and introducing Caroline to more people that I knew, meeting people myself, going back and forth between Braden's boat and Doobie's boat. And then,
Did you go there to network at all?
not to never, we're just having fun with music, we're
Well,
dancing.
you weren't using this for any kind of business opportunities, were you? All right. So, did you see Anthony Nemo also?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was on Braden's boat.
And did Carolyn talk to him?
Yes.
So they weren't strangers, obviously.
No.
Okay. So you're meeting people, meeting old friends, new friends, and what else happened?
Dancing, having fun, having a few more drinks.
Okay.
And then we decided to go back to the big sponsored boat, the vodka boat.
Yeah, totally. Over.
Yes.
Okay. How far is that, would you estimate, from where you all are?
So it was on the same west side because they were both in deeper waters, but that big boat was like very south, the south side of the Lake Oak. We were all in the north. So we had fun the first time, so we were planning on going back anyway, so I was like, can I use the paddleboard you brought me on with? And me and Caroline and I took the paddleboard to the Chile boat.
Okay. How long would you estimate it took you to get there?
We took our time, so it was like maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, not that far.
No.
All right. So you get back to that boat, the Thule boat, what do you do?
So our paddleboard, I tied up, we could get off as we were approaching. I tied up, I guess, to the boat. And then we're swimming towards the trampoline on the back.
It says whatever time the court wants me to break them, fine.
Why don't you go about 10 more minutes?
Yes, sir. All right, so you tie your boat up to the Thule boat?
The paddleboard.
I'm sorry, paddleboard.
To the Chile boat, yes.
You have an oar for the paddleboard?
No, I was using my hands.
Oh, okay. So how do you tie it up? That's a rope on it?
Yes.
Okay, and then what do y'all do?
There's a trampoline in the back of it, maybe 3 to 5 yards hanging off of it, just tied up to the back of the boat. So
And how big would you estimate the trampoline is?
the trampoline is decent size, maybe 8 to 10 people.
Okay. All right, and then what happens?
We're swimming towards the trampoline because we thought it was a fun idea. And as we were approaching the trampoline, Carolyn asked me to go to the back of the boat for a drink because there was a cooler over there. As you remember from the first time we went.
All right, and then what do you do?
So she's going to the trampoline, I go to the back of the boat. And she's on the trampoline at this point. I'm reaching to the cooler. I show Caroline, I show her the can like this, and she motions over to toss it. So I underhand toss it.
Were there other people also on the trampoline?
Yes,
How many people would you estimate?
there was definitely about 8 to 10 girls jumping around.
Just females?
Yes,
Similar age to you?
yes,
Okay. No men?
no,
So Caroline motions to you to throw the can to her?
correct. It's diverting my attention. She asked me for a drink, so I showed her this is the one you want, and then she motioned over, throw it, toss it,
Are
toss
they
it.
different flavors?
Yes,
So the colors are different on each can?
correct.
All right. And how far were you from her when you tossed it?
3 to 5 yards.
Did you throw it like a quarterback or throw a ball?
Not at all. That would be very dangerous.
How'd you do it?
I underhand toss it lightly.
All right. How many cans do you think you threw?
I think maybe anywhere from 2 to 3. There was a couple other girls waving over because I threw her one, so they realized, oh, I want to drink too. So
Okay. So
we're throwing one.
she
Tossed
was,
it.
so she was the only one you threw on the hand.
Correct.
All right. So 2 or 3 others?
Yes.
Did anything happen? Did the can hit her in the face?
No.
So nothing like that happened?
No, she actually dropped hers just through her fingers. The other 2 girls, I believe, caught it.
Okay. Did you get into a fight at that point? Or an argument?
She got off the trampoline and came up to me. She's like, why are you throwing girls drinks, tossing her drinks? And I was like, they were asking for it. And that's pretty much it. And she's like, okay, I'm going back to the boat we just came from.
Okay. And that was about, how many yards you said?
That was about 40 to 50 yards.
All right. And did you go back to the other boat as well?
Yes, but I had the paddleboard, so she decided to swim. I said, okay, I'll meet you there. And I kind of lost sight of her because I was untying the paddleboard, so I got there a little later. I also took my time with the paddleboard to get back.
Did she break up with you at the trampoline incident?
Never, no.
All right. She was just jealous of you throwing cans to a couple other girls?
That's how it appeared, yeah.
What did you think, it was nonsense?
Yes, I understand. I was like, they're asking me for a drink.
Okay. Did you know these girls?
No.
So you get the paddleboard, what do you do?
I bring it back to the promise I'll return it, of course. So I get back to Captain's duty, so
Okay. And where's Caroline when you get back to the boat?
she's already on board.
One of the witnesses testified that the police going to that boat, talking about life preservers or life raft. Did you see anything like that?
I saw in prior years, and I saw a lot of.
No, that day. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
You saw a police boat go to the Captain Duty's boat?
Yes, they were supplying the whole area.
Do you know how Carolyn actually got back to Captain Duty's boat?
She told me she was swimming, but I lost sight of her when I was untying the paddleboard. And I also came back, I believe, 5 minutes after.
So she was already there when you got back?
Yes,
Well, she swam the whole way, you got a ride, you don't know.
I'm not too sure.
When you get back to Captain Duty's boat, you obviously tie up the paddleboard again.
Yes,
And Caroline's on the boat.
yes,
Is there music playing?
there is.
Everyone partying, having fun?
Yes.
Then what happens?
She's on the boat, I go up to her and just give her a hug, and I see that she's like walking back and forth, and I comfort her.
When she says she's walking back and forth, what do you mean?
She's walking back and forth, she's like dancing around and moving back and forth, she's boat hopping and meeting people, and
Okay.
yeah.
So nothing wrong with this one?
No,
You had no sign that she was breaking up with you?
no, not at all.
Nothing like that?
No.
All right. And we hear about this butt slapping incident. Tell us about that.
So
How much later did that happen?
I would say about 10 to 15 minutes after we got back.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So we were going back and forth, just dancing, having more drinks, hopping over to the boat, Brady's boat. Again, talking, going back and forth with people, front of the boat, back of the boat. And out of nowhere, this individual just comes and just completely smacks her in the behind.
Nothing Carolyn did. This was unprovoked, obviously.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
It was a shock to everyone. I'm just like, wow.
Did you know who this person was?
I did not know.
Was this an ex-girlfriend's boyfriend or anything like that?
No, I had no clue. It was my first time seeing him.
Did he look younger than you?
He did. He appeared very young and sloppy.
What do you mean by sloppy?
He looked to be very drunk and tipsy and swaying.
You were pretty intoxicated at this point, right?
I was,
Was
yes.
this kid way more intoxicated?
I would say so.
Was he like falling down kind of drunk?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So were you with Caroline when this young man slapped her butt?
Yes, I was right there.
Did you see a comment or no?
No.
Okay. But obviously you saw what happened.
Yes.
And what do you do?
So it happens, and Carolyn just screaming, and that's not how you meet somebody for the first time. Very disrespectful. I was just,
Is she furious?
she's very, very mad. Yes.
And what do you do?
I kind of just had to piece the situation, understand what happened, because it was kind of like out of nowhere. And I kind of just get in between, they're like face to face, Caroline, this individual,
Right?
and she's yelling at him. I kind of get between and just kind of like separate them like this, like, right enough, like, stop.
Did you throw him into the water?
Never,
Did you throw this guy into a boat propeller?
never,
Nothing like that happened? You beat him up?
no,
You hit him?
no.
How come?
I didn't want to be aggressive. I saw he was drunk and he was young, and it was just a stupid thing he did.
Okay.
I didn't see the point.
Was Caroline upset with you that you didn't do anything to him?
She was. She said you should be defending me more.
And you didn't think it was necessary to do
No,
anything?
there's no reason to.
Did this cause a big commotion on the boat?
Yes, I mean, it was kind of like the sense that this kid was very drunk and it was just time to that. I mean, it was late in that June at this point.
Other people witnessed this as far as you can tell?
Yes,
Were other people also yelling at this young man?
yes,
Besides Caroline?
yes,
And did you try to calm her down?
yes.
Were you able to?
I was able to, yes.
Did it take a while?
I did, yes.
How long do you think it took?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
All right. And because you didn't use physical violence against this young man, did Caroline break up with you at this point?
He never broke up with me.
That never happened?
No,
Okay. But she was not happy with you because you were not violent with him?
correct.
So, you said other people started yelling at the young man, right?
Yes.
And how long were you on the boat before Captain Duty says we're leaving?
Well, this was on Brady's boat, so
Brady's boat, so-
once that happened, I wanted to separate ourselves, so, even the captain was like, okay, I think you guys should go on that boat again,
Okay.
and we're gonna leave, because this guy's very drunk, and it was time to go at the time as well.
So Brady's boat decided to leave,
Yes,
and the guy who was drunk, who caused the commotion, he was still on Brady's boat?
yes,
All right, so y'all didn't stay on that boat?
no.
So where did you go from there?
So, we're on back to Davey's boat, at that point, I had Carolyn on my lap at the front, the ledge, the railing, and I'm just saying everything's fine, don't worry about it.
Was she still hot?
Yeah, she's very upset still.
Did Braden's boat leave?
Yeah, they were starting to pull away and head back towards the north where the boat ramp was.
Was Captain Doobie's boat tied up to Braden's boat?
Yes,
So the people on that boat also were witnesses to some of this?
yes,
All right. So the other boat leaves, you're on Captain Doobie's boat, you're sitting down, you said towards the front of the boat?
yes.
Does Caroline get up a couple of times? Will she stay there?
Not
What
at that
happens?
point, no. Well, they're untying Braden's boat, so they're still very in the area. So shortly after I'm coming down, she finally comes down, I'm hugging her, I was like, everything's fine, don't worry about that kid, he's very drunk.
Were you trying to hold her prison?
No,
Trying to
no,
keep her there and prevent her from getting up?
no,
Did you ever dig your fingers inside of her?
I would never do that.
Whether it's her brain or her private part? Did you do anything like
There's
that?
no reason for me to say no.
So that never happened?
Never have.
Okay. So you're on the boat, trying to calm her down, so eventually she calms down, right?
Yes.
And then what happens?
Shortly after, we hear the captain, because he sees Applegate's leaving, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna leave too.
This is Captain Doobie,
Yes,
the guy you didn't know.
correct.
And you didn't comment with him, obviously.
No, I didn't.
What, does he say something about life?
He just brings it out loud. We're leaving too. Look, we don't have enough life jackets per person on the boat. If you didn't come with us, you have to get off.
How do you guys get home, you know?
So at that point, we're kind of like, what do we do, Caroline and I?
What time was it, was there somebody?
I would say less than 5 o'clock.
And at this point, you didn't know what to do.
Yeah, we didn't know what to do.
So he yells at you guys to get off the boat?
Yes,
Not just you, anyone who didn't have.
correct. There's more people I believe that left as well.
Who didn't have a life jacket?
Correct.
All right, so,
Is this a good time to stop, Mr. Stern?
yes, sir.
All right, why don't we take our lunch break now? 45-minute break, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Goldberg, you're on the stand, so you can discuss matters with your attorneys, but you can't discuss your testimony with your attorneys, all right? Any other issues to pick up before we break for lunch?
No, Judge.
See you all back here at 1.
Sorry about that. I sneezed and turned off my mic. We are now in break, y'all. We are now in break for both courts, y'all. Oh, Lord have mercy. What are we going to do? Okay, there we go. We've been chatting a little bit about the disclosures of how people dress in court. Let me come back.
Hold her prison?
I want to hear
How do you
something.
guys get home? How do you guys get home, you know?
All right, why don't we take our lunch break now? Matters with your attorneys, but you can't discuss your testimony with your attorneys, all right? Any other issues to pick up before we break for lunch?
No, Judge.
See you all back here at 1.
How long is their break is what I want to know. Didn't say. Okay. So we have been following two cases. This case here is about a young woman who says that, let me zoom me back here. 45 minutes? 45 minutes. This must be a lunch break for them. Yes, yeah, I think this is a lunch break. It is 12:23 their time. They should be back in 45 minutes. There is another trial that just started that we can pop in and watch in a minute if we should choose to do so. So what's happening in this case is that we have a young woman, I call her young woman, who was a reality TV contestant in a dating reality TV show. Was it 90 Day Fiance or something like that? And she is accusing the defendant of attempted redrum by drowning. He tried to drown her. They got in an altercation on the boat, and then he tried to drown her. I'm like, boo, that doesn't make sense. I mean, it does and it doesn't, but the witnesses and everything is quite contradictory. There is another trial going on right now, and it is the nurse Megan Sandwell is accused of unaliving a friend, Casey Terry, with a fatal dose of insulin. What is it with these fatal doses of meds? Utah prosecutors say Stonewall lied to Terry about having terminal cancer and manipulated her into taking insulin, while the defense argues Terry took her own life. So we're going to hop into that just for giggles and grin. And see when they turn on the court volume. Because there should be volume.
Instructions. I think copies were given to you yesterday.
Oh no, not another low
Is there
court.
anything we need to cover before we bring the
I have this thing gained
go through
100%.
instructions and start with opening statements?
100%.
Not from the state.
All right. Let's bring them in. I appreciate everybody being here on time and ready to go.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Red Room by Insulin is what we're going to be viewing today. Just can't. Thank you guys for watching, all you lurkers and everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kouri Richins will be back
Members of the
at
jury, good morning.
2 Central
Welcome
Standard
back.
Time.
We appreciate you being here. That's the first order of business is y'all came back, so thank you. You have in your hand some binders. In just a moment, we're going to read through preliminary instructions
Court has sound.
that you will be required to follow. We're then going to have opening statements that you will hear, and then we'll begin with the trial. But I need to tell you that it is extremely important that each and every one of you provide your utmost attention during this trial. Don't entertain the thought that you may or may not be an alternate. Alternates are often called back during deliberation for multiple reasons, but it is imperative that each of you truly do give your utmost attention to this trial. As I indicated before, sometimes afternoons are hard. Everybody gets tired, but there should be plenty of caffeine back there for you. We will take regular breaks so you can use the bathroom and stretch if needed. We thank you for being here. Counselor, are we ready to start with preliminary instructions?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, if you'd please open up your binders. We are going to go through these together. I will read them and you will follow along. If you could open to instruction number 1. Let's get started. Instruction number 1. Yeah, hold on. Technology. appreciate your patience. We are all beholden to technology, courts especially. We'll get there.
Works every time.
That's what happened with Taisia yesterday. Sorry, we'll get there.
I'd rather do that than get in a negative conversation when they don't want to leave.
All right, let's get started with the instructions. We are back on the record. Instruction number 1, introduction. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You will decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. I will give you some instructions now and some later. You are required to consider and follow all my instructions. Keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Be alert, pay attention, follow my instructions. Instruction number 2, information, plea, and burden of proof. The prosecution has filed a document called an information that contains the charges against the defendant. The information is not evidence of anything. It is only a method of accusing a defendant of a crime. The information will now be read. The state of Utah, by and through the Utah County Attorney's Office, charges the defendant with the commission of the following offenses. Count 1, aggravated murder. Count 2, obstruction of justice in criminal investigations or proceedings. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty and denies committing the crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Instruction number 3, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of a defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. Instruction number 4, presumption of innocence. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Instruction number 5, role of judge, jury, and lawyers. All of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I will supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. You are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Make your decision based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. Instruction number 6, evidence. As jurors, you will decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You must base your decision only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The fact that the defendant has been accused of a crime and brought to trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. Instruction number 7, objections. Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you. On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may object to proposed evidence. If they do, I will rule in one of two ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be allowed. Do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made. Instruction number 8, order of trial. I will now explain how the trial will unfold. The prosecution will give its opening statement. An opening statement gives an overview of the case from one point of view and summarizes what the lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after the prosecutor or wait until after all the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses. What they say is called testimony. A witness is questioned first by the lawyer who called that witness, and then by the opposing lawyer. Consider all testimony, whether from direct or cross-examination, regardless of who calls the witness. After the prosecution has presented all its evidence, the defendant may present evidence, though the defendant has no duty to do so. If the defendant does present evidence, the prosecution may then present additional evidence. After both sides have presented all their evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. The prosecutor will speak first, followed by defense counsel. Then the prosecutor speaks last, because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict. Instruction number 9, rules applicable to recesses. From time to time, I will call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer. During recesses, do not talk about this case with anyone, not family, not friends, not even each other. And until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved. The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. If people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they are just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, do not read or listen to any news reports about this case. Do not do any research or visit any locations related to this case. If you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. Instruction number 10, further admonition about electronic devices. Jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using electronic devices, such as phones, tablets, or computers, to research issues or share information about a case. You may be tempted to use these devices to investigate the case or to share your thoughts about the trial with others. Don't. While you are serving as a juror, You must not use electronic devices for these purposes, just as you must not read or listen to any sources outside the courtroom about the case or talk to others about it. You violate your oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigations or if you communicate about this trial with others, and you may face serious personal consequences if you do. Let me be clear. Do not Google the parties, witnesses, issues, or counsel. Do not tweet or text about the trial. Do not use electronic devices to gather or send information on the case. Do not post updates about the trial on Facebook pages. Do not use Wikipedia or other internet information sources, etc. Even using something as seemingly as innocent as Google Maps or a dictionary to look up terms can result in a mistrial. Please understand that the rules of evidence and procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes. The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based on evidence presented to you in court and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations can occur. If improper activities are discovered at any time, they will be brought to my attention and the entire case might have to be retried at substantial cost. Instruction number 11, note-taking. Feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but do not let note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence and may be incomplete. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those are your preliminary instructions. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
If you want to turn this towards the jury or a little bit more towards the jury, if that will be
Will I
helpful, you
unhook
can
anything?
certainly do so.
Is that as far as it goes?
It may, I don't know.
Well, good morning. All right. After a long slog yesterday, we're here. I wanted to add one quick thing to that last thing the judge just told you about note-taking, because this frequently comes up with jurors. They want to rehear testimony or have it read back or things like that. That's not possible. The court doesn't have that capacity, and it's just not going to be available. So what that means is what you hear is that's the only time you're going to hear it. So whether that means you take a lot of notes or that you're paying really super good attention, that's up to you. But I just wanted you to know that in advance. Megan Sunwall over here had a plan. Her plan was that she would go to her friend Casey Terry's house. She would inject her with insulin and monitor her blood glucose until Casey died. We know that's her plan because she had text messages to Casey telling her that. On August 12th, 2024, Megan put that plan into action. Casey didn't die that day, but she did slip into a coma from profound hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar. And 3 days later, she was removed from life support and died. That is a really teeny little nutshell of what the trial is going to be about. There is a heck of a lot more information about the how and why. It kind of reminds me of that art form of pointillism, where you see up close, if you're looking, right up close, you see a bunch of little dots or little colors that don't make much sense, seemingly randomly arranged, until you have them all in place and you step back and you see the whole picture, and then it all makes sense. Then you see what it all means. And that is what is going to happen, I expect, with this case. There are a lot of witnesses that each have a little bit of the points that will contribute to your understanding of what happened here. Some of those witnesses have a whole bunch of points. Some of them just have a few. And they don't necessarily follow sequentially, which is why I wanted to give you kind of a heads up about what to watch for, what it is that they're going to be letting you know about, what their evidence is anticipated to be. Let me first tell you a little bit about Casey. And throughout this morning, I'm going to refer to them by their first names. I don't mean any disrespect by that, by any means. It's just for simplicity and because my little brain can't function any better than that. So I am going to refer to them as Casey and Megan, if that's all right with everybody here. But Casey, at the time of her death, was 38 years old. She was a granddaughter, a sister, a niece, a valued employee, still loved ex-wife, and a friend. She had had some loss in her early life, or actually in her life leading up to her death. She had lost her mother when she was only about 4 years old to an extended illness. The aunt that she had that stepped in a mother role also died from an extended illness. She had a cousin she was close to that died, and her father died when she was only 24 years old. So she had a lot of loss. She herself had been born with only one kidney. That wasn't a huge deal, but it did present some health issues to her as time went on. At the time of her death, she also did have some valid medical concerns that did give her a lot of pain. One of those being endometriosis, one of them being prematurely and heavily arthritic knees. She had a lot of pain from those conditions and was prescribed medications for those conditions. She had prescribed oxycodone or Percocet. She had prescribed Xanax because she also suffered from anxiety pretty heavily. Her doctor, Dr. Masteller, who you'll hear from, had discontinued the Xanax prescription because he didn't want those on board at the same time. Casey still wanted her Xanax and did admittedly go about getting it by probably a less than legal means. She also, at the time she died, had a prescription for something called promethazine. It is diagnosed largely for nausea, but kind of makes people sleepy. And you will hear about that from her physicians as well and the function of it. She had also had, at probably 2020-ish, a port installed in her chest. A port is like a little teeny doorway that leads directly into a vein so that when you have a condition that requires frequent IV occurrences, you don't have to keep finding a new vein to puncture. You just put it directly into the port. And she had that port for IV fluids, for hydration, because that was a side effect of her kidney issues. Another characteristic of Casey that is relevant to this trial and plays heavily into it, and not to speak ill of the dead in any way, but Casey was a liar. She told a series of lies. You will hear about them. One thing I think the evidence would support is that those lies were designed to get and keep people's attention and interest. She didn't know a better way than to feign some type of illness or for some reason to create drama and draw people to her that way. One of those lies, well, let me come back to that. In around this time frame, probably 2013, 2016-ish, Casey met Megan. They both worked at a facility called Chrysalis in Provo. That is a facility that offers services to people that are developmentally delayed or impaired. Casey was a house manager there for inpatient residents, and Megan was hired as a nurse. She's an RN, and that was her function there. Casey actually met Megan within her function as a nurse when Casey came to Megan to take her blood pressure. They kind of hit it off. They got along really well. Their relationship or friendship developed, and they became very, very close. So much so that Casey spent a lot of time with both Megan and her parents, her family, and they sort of took her in. There will be some testimony from some family and friends of Casey's that it was kind of an odd relationship, in that Casey seemed to be afraid of making Megan upset or making her mad, and that she would do whatever she could to keep Megan happy. Along those lines, probably in that same time frame in 2016, Casey conveyed to Megan that Megan, was a beneficiary of Casey's life insurance policy. She showed her documents that indicated there was up to $1.5 million that Megan was going to be the beneficiary of. That was an ongoing topic between them from about 2019, 2020, all the way up until just a couple months before Casey died. Megan seeking assurance that that policy was still in effect, and Casey giving her assurances that it was in effect. The truth is, there was no such policy. That was another one of Casey's lies. Casey, I don't know if any of you ever watched, or your kids, I should say, watched VeggieTales. My kids did when they were younger. There was one episode where one of the characters told a little fib, and it was this cute little bean that throughout the episode, the more the lie grew, this little bean grew and grew and grew and grew until it was this overwhelming size that was just going to take over and just overcome the character's life. That was kind of the case with Casey, because she told a lie that turned into a whopper. She told people, most particularly including Megan, that she had cancer. She didn't have cancer. She never did have cancer. But she told that to family and friends, and they all believed her right up until she was hospitalized in that diabetic coma. That is a lie, just like VeggieTales, that grew and grew and grew. And that is part of the life insurance policy lie also, because she didn't really, at 38 years old, didn't expect to be making anybody necessarily a beneficiary of her life insurance, except for this fake cancer that she had. In 2019, Casey texted Megan, and this is one of the texts from which you could find that Casey was really just seeking care and concern from Megan. But this text said, "Tell me that I'm not dying." And Megan's response was not offering her affirming words or, live your life to the fullest while you have it or anything like that. She said, "I don't know if you're dying or not. I'm sorry. You need to be prepared no matter what happens." After this medical port I told you about was installed, Casey portrayed that as being part of her cancer treatment. She told people that was because of her cancer, and she had home health aides that would come to the house and help her with, doing that IV hydration, IV fluids. She had delivered to her home bags of saline for that purpose. but she told her family and friends that those bags of saline were her chemotherapy. The lie continued to grow. She portrayed to Megan that she was close to death. She portrayed to Megan that she was in tremendous pain from cancer and wished to be free of her pain. It was a frequent topic of conversation between the two, and we will show you, there are reams of text messages between these two. I think there are something like almost 29,000 text messages. We're not going to show you all of them. That we would be here the rest of the year. But we'll show you some, and there was one in 2020 where Megan told Casey, "There is nothing left for you here." She told her also in 2020, "You have so much more for you on the other side." In 2021, she told her, "What do you have to live for in this life? I truly believe everything for you is ahead of you, not here." And then another one where she told her with caps, "You have to let go. It is past time." Again, this is in the context of Casey's wanting to keep Megan happy and do what she wanted her to do. And Casey went along with those text messages. She did pretend to be suicidal. She portrayed herself as being interested in ending her pain, the pain that didn't exist for the cancer that didn't exist. At some point, Casey, this was in 2020, Casey was living at Megan's home with, also with Megan's husband lived there too. And their conversations turned towards they discussed different means of ending Casey's life. One of them was a gun. Casey had access to a gun. Another was an overdose of pills. Of course, Casey had access to all of that oxycodone and other substances. They settled on, eventually, insulin. Megan told Casey around September 1st of 2020 that she had checked with a pharmacist friend of hers, and that she would need about 100 units to end her life. 100 units of insulin is a little teeny amount. It's actually only a milliliter. There's 10 milliliters per bottle, so those last diabetics a good amount of time. And Casey's family had a number of diabetics in it. There was insulin available at Casey's home, where she lived after she moved out of Megan's home, because her uncle lived there as well. He is diabetic. You'll hear from him. Her grandparents lived there. Her grandmother is diabetic. And uncle had recently died earlier that year, and he was diabetic too. So there was a lot of insulin, a lot of syringes accessible in that home. So Megan and Casey discussed the idea of Casey's dying by insulin overdose. Megan told Casey that it would be easy. She would just fall asleep. And it wouldn't even necessarily be detectable at autopsy because it's a naturally occurring substance. Within a day or two of that discussion, Megan brought home insulin and stored it in the refrigerator, and then texted Casey.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I think are we back in court? No. Okay, sorry.
A number of times over the next week or so, "Hey, that insulin's there if you want it. Don't forget the insulin. Are you going to use the insulin tonight? That insulin's still there. Aren't you going to use it?" Casey, around that point, had communicated with Kylie that she thought Megan was trying to kill her. And so Kylie and her husband, they waited until Megan and her family left town, and they kind of swooped in and moved Casey out of that house. At that point, both Kylie, the sister, and another friend of Casey's saw the insulin in the fridge. You know, quite honestly, I don't know if Casey really believed at that point that Megan was trying to kill her. But I do believe that this is another story was something to elicit concern from the other people in her life, from Kylie and her friends. Anyway, she moved out of that house. She moved into a basement apartment at her grandparents' home in Highland. And as I mentioned, also living there was the uncle, another uncle initially, who died in January of 2024, lived there as well. During that time frame, that did not end the discussions about insulin and insulin overdose. Megan asked Casey in 2021 if Casey was nervous to do it by yourself. And then she asked her, "You want to know what I would do?" Megan told Casey that she should draw up everything she had and give it all at once through her port, and then asked, "Do you want me to come over and do it?" Continuing her subterfuge, Casey pretended that she had made attempts using insulin to kill herself. She would text Megan that she had tried to do it, and she started to, this lie again continued to grow and grow and grow. And the details of it became so outlandish that it appears to be a cry for help. She knew she was making ridiculous claims, Casey, thinking, I believe, that Megan would catch on and call her on it. Casey told Megan that she had used 4 bottles of insulin. That is 400 times the amount that Megan had told Casey she would need to cause her death. At a later point, Casey told Megan she had used 9 bottles, 900 times what she would need, and she was still alive and kicking. Megan didn't call her on it. She continued, the conversations. "Oh, I can't believe that didn't kill you." And it continued to progress. Eventually, Casey pretended to be in hospice care, that there were nurses and doctors coming over to her house all the time. She concocted a story about a surgery that her doctor, Dr. Masteller, was going to do for her, or arrange for her, that would allow her to absorb medication so she could die. That was one of her stories. Another story, she would send just ridiculous vitals to Megan, knowing that Megan was a nurse, and those vitals would be things like a temperature of 75 or a blood pressure of 0/40. Just insane, ridiculous, stupid numbers. And Megan never called her on it. But these stories continued to grow. Casey fabricated an entire hospice care team, and they would communicate, these fake people would communicate with Megan through Casey's phone. There was a fake nurse called Becky with whom Megan would communicate on Casey's phone. There was a doctor, Dr. Robinson. Casey pretended to have Dr. Masteller coming to her home. Like I said, there was a whole team of these people, and they would communicate pretty regularly with Megan, telling her, "Oh, she's near death, she's almost there." Megan always expressed excitement about that. "Oh, I hope it's true." To back up just a little bit, in March 2022, Megan had sent a text to Casey telling her, "Somebody, parentheses, should probably be me, should be with you and continue to give you doses of insulin so your blood sugar will actually stay low and you can pass." Well, that became the plan. It was referred to a number of times after that Megan would help Casey. In June 2024, Megan told Casey, "I'll come and help you and give it insulin to you regularly
and see if it works. Casey came up with another subterfuge, which is that she would tell Megan, okay, I've drawn it all up, meaning I've put insulin into these syringes and it's all ready to go. She didn't want Megan to be there drawing up the insulin. Casey did it, and she Googled August 11th what would happen if I inject myself with saline. So I think you can put two and two together on those particular texts as far as what the reasonable inferences are there. On August 20th, 2024, Megan asked Casey when she could come and help, and offering today, tomorrow, Monday even. August 10th was a Saturday, 10th, 11th, Sunday, 12th, Monday. They initially agreed that Megan could come and help on August 11th. Again, Casey told her that she had drawn up the necessary syringes. But then, as Casey regularly did, she postponed. She found excuses and put off Megan. And so they agreed to Monday, August 12th. On Monday morning, August 12th, Casey saw her uncle, Mark Farnsworth. You'll hear from him, and they had a good conversation. There was nothing unusual about it, didn't raise anything concerning in Mark's eyes. He just had a nice, regular conversation with Casey, and then went about his day. He worked from home, from the upstairs part of the home. Casey, like I said, lived in the basement apartment there. Mark noticed Megan arrive. That was at about 9:54 a.m. And then, again, didn't pay much attention. He figured one of Casey's friends was there and they were gonna do something, and he went on about his day. When Megan got there, or as she was approaching, she texted Casey, "Do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?" Somewhere around 9 p.m., Mark, so almost 11 hours later, Mark got concerned because he hadn't heard any sounds or signs of Casey that entire day, and the vehicle, Megan's vehicle, was still there. Casey's grandfather had actually been trying to call Casey and wasn't getting an answer, so Mark went to check on her in the basement. When he went into Casey's room, he saw her lying on her bed, struggling to breathe, unconscious, or at that point in a coma, and Megan sitting there watching her. Megan's parents were also there. They had arrived about an hour earlier. Megan had called them to come and give her a blessing of release, make her die faster. None of them called 911. Megan claimed she didn't know what was happening. She was well aware of what was happening. They found a glucose monitor in Casey's room that showed that her blood sugar had been tested 19 times over 10 hours. That began at 9:18 a.m. That was probably, most likely, because Megan wasn't there yet, Casey testing her own blood sugar to see what was normal for her. And it was normal. It was at about 87. That's a regular, perfectly good blood sugar level for a non-diabetic. Her blood sugar was tested 8 times as it dropped from 87 when she tested it to 64 by 1:19 p.m. Less than half an hour later, at 1:43, the monitor showed a level of 43. Casey would very likely have been unconscious at that point. Your body requires blood or sugar in the blood to function. It's the food for everything that your body does, and she didn't have enough, and her body was shutting down. After Casey was unconscious, her blood was tested 10 more times, and the only person that could have done that was the only other person in the room that was conscious, and that is Megan Sunwall. For at least 7 solid hours, Megan was there watching Casey descend from confusion to unconsciousness to a coma, repeatedly checking her blood sugar to make sure it continued to drop. It did. Megan did exactly what she had promised Casey she would do, which was when she said, "I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works." Well, it worked. By the time Casey got to the hospital, her blood glucose level was 14. She was in a coma from which she never emerged, and she was removed from life support on August 15th. Was life insurance enough? Well, 1.5 or $1 million is a pretty hefty incentive for a lot of people, but Megan also happened to be in financial distress, and that was another topic of conversation between the two of them. Since the beginning of the year in January 2024, Megan had lost her job. She had run over something on the road and caused $4,000 worth of damage to her car. The car ended up being totaled. Her husband had doubled his child support requirements from a prior marriage. They owed on taxes. And then the car that they did have kept overheating. So she was stressed financially. She expressed in February of 2024 to Casey, Casey expressed to Megan, "I wish I could just pass so you could get out of this mess." And Megan's response was, "If you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in, I would take it." When police got there and realized that Megan had been there and had left with her parents without waiting for EMS to arrive, without telling them what to look for to try to correct for Casey, they instigated an investigation. Megan was pretty cooperative. She talked to them a number of times. During an interview on August 15th, police asked her for her phone so they could look at the text messages that she had been describing, telling them that Casey was suicidal. Megan agreed. She didn't hand over the phone right then and there, but she did bring it to them on August 19th. When police went through that phone and compared Casey's phone text messages with the text messages on Megan's phone, they found that 283 of them had been deleted from Megan's phone. When police asked her about that, she told them that she did it so she wouldn't look like she had done what Kylie was accusing her of, which was murdering Megan, or Casey, sorry. For deleting those messages, Megan Sunwall is charged with obstruction of justice. That is simply, I want to make sure I'm saying it right, that she did it by means, again, I want to make sure I give you the right language, causing death by means of a substance administered in a lethal amount. So the question that you will be probably spending most of your time on is cause. What does it mean to cause someone's death? Cause does not mean in the law in Utah that she had to be the sole cause. Megan did not have to be the only reason that Casey died. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that Casey would not have died but for the actions of Megan, that is sufficient. I expect that my friend over here is gonna argue in a minute, that Casey was suicidal and that she did everything she did herself. I also expect that he's probably gonna spend a lot of time talking to you about reasonable doubt, and that's a hard concept to define. It's something that people struggle with quite regularly, at least in our field. It is reasonable doubt. It is not beyond all doubt, or with no doubt, because we can't know anything in life. We don't even know for sure if the sun's gonna come up tomorrow. There is, okay, not a lot, but there's probably doubt about that. So you don't have to be convinced beyond all doubt. But if you find from all of the information that's available to you that you are firmly convinced what the state has alleged happened, then that is enough. We talked earlier about the concept of pointillism and how all of those little points form a big picture. And the little points, just so you know who is coming, that are contributory to this picture will include Casey's sister Kylie and her uncle Mark, her best friend Michelle Tingey, her ex-husband Casey, her family calls him Boy Casey, Casey Tanner, a friend, Christian Clements, Casey's employer, Mike Larson. You will hear from Megan's parents, who were there for some of that incident that night on August 12th, Leroy and Renee Randall. Additional information will come from her doctors, Dr. Masteller, the doctor who performed her knee surgery, Dr. West. There is a nurse that communicated regularly with Casey. Her name is Amber Ludvigsen. There's a nurse practitioner who took care of Casey while she was comatose. Her name is Diane Allred. You'll hear from her. You will hear from one of the first emergency responders to arrive at the house that night. That is Lone Peak Police Officer Norman Robinson. Believed at the time the call came in was that they were responding to just an overdose or possibly a suicide, and treated it accordingly. You will hear from the investigating officers, Melissa Farney, Lone Peak Police Department detective, and Richard Hales, who has a really long title of Special Agent with the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigations Bureau. I spit it out. You will hear from the medical examiner that was in this case, operated in this case, or conducted an autopsy, Dr. Ben Murray. Also the toxicologist, Scott Larson. You will hear from also the special agent from the Utah County Attorney's Office that did the phone downloads, Justin Seitzinger. You also hear from another medical examiner who didn't do the autopsy but has experience with insulin overdose cases to provide some additional information to you, and also an endocrinologist who has specialty in the effect of insulin on the human body, on a system. And she will be testifying. Her name is Dr. Kelsey DeSalvo. So those witnesses will give you all those bits and pieces. Like I said, some of them are massive, some of them are tiny, but they all form that big picture. That overall picture is, I believe you will find that Casey neither wanted nor intended to die on August 12th. Even though she pretended she did want to, in an increasingly desperate attempt to keep Megan's attention and affection. The evidence tends to establish that Casey thought she could handle Megan, but she didn't count on Megan's determination. Megan was there. Megan was in control. Megan had the means and the knowledge and the understanding, and Megan stood to gain from Casey's death. Megan wanted Casey to die to relieve her from the stress of her financial situation. And that plan worked. Casey died from an overdose of insulin. At the end of this trial, after you hear from all those people, we will again stand before you and ask that you find Megan Sundwall guilty of having done so, guilty of aggravated murder, and guilty of obstruction of justice. Thank you.
See if I can plug my computer in.
Okay, everybody, you have a choice. We can stay here or go back to, we can go back to the reality star boating trial. Which do you prefer? You're my watchers. You guys decide. Do you want to stay here or do you want to go to the other one? I'm going to take an interpreting break. I wish Miss Diane was here, but she's not. She's working. And while we're doing, I'm going to check and see if my deaf client is still here. So give me 1 second. That will help me. For those of you new and watching, if I have a deaf client pop up, I start signing. And I'll give y'all a second to answer because I know there's a delay. So what do y'all want to do? Do you want to type in here or other? It's up to you. Or I will pick and choose. I know which one I'm more interested in. So I'll give y'all a second. Kouri Richins is in recess for about, I think, another hour and a half. They told the jury not to come until that point in time. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Okay, have a good day at work. They're finished with their lunch. Yeah. Okay, let me remove the interpreting. Okay. When you see that, that's how y'all know that I have a deaf person watching. You will see this ILY in the blue box, and that's how you know. And when it's off, I'm good. You're fine to stay here. Well, you're the first to speak. This is where we're going to stay. This is interesting, y'all.
I do have a bit of a PowerPoint, which might surprise you. Excuse me.
Sorry for the sound difference. We can't be. Get the camera off of that. No.
But when you see me use a PowerPoint, you'll see that
No.
I still don't know how to do it very well. And I'm not doing it to
Hold on, I gotta adjust
impress
my
you,
camera.
that's for sure.
This is interesting. I'm liking this case.
It'll warm up.
Warm. Oh, sorry, not interpreting. Got to get out of that mind.
Mr. Williams, if you're going to be walking around, I need you to get that wireless mic on.
Judge, I have never had a problem with that. I'm not often accused of being too quiet. And can I ask that Brooke let me know if it's not working? Is that okay, Judge?
As long as you're near a mic.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Otherwise, we can't pick up everything.
I'll stay here.
Okay, yeah. And it's not so much what the jury can hear, it's also what the court reporter can hear. Just saying.
One juror tried to reach Cole's attention to see if.
I don't know if the TV can go a little higher.
I don't know that it can. We can work on that.
Yeah, this one's kind of maybe on a break or something.
Yeah. We'll try and do it on a break.
This one's stuck. So.
Like I said, this PowerPoint may not be that important, may be helping me more than you anyway. I'm not going to stand up, as my colleague said, and tell you what I believe. That's not what opening statements are even allowed for. What I believe.
Reprimand.
What I'm going to be talking to you about I'm not going to argue. I'm not allowed to argue here. This is to be a conversation about what a trial is about and for, what applies in the way of important principles that you then will keep in your mind, keep with you, keep in your heart as you take in evidence. Evidence that must prove a murder. Not little dots that might make one out of an argument. Not going to argue. I'd like to talk more about the importance and solemnity, first of all, of what we're doing here. Not because I think you need me to, but I'm going to anyway. We're not at the water cooler. We're not at a home conversation. We're not in a TV show. We're in the most solemn place in our society. We're in the four corners of a courtroom, and we are applying in this case, you are applying in this case, we all are, principles, right, that our country's built on. That the blood of men and women in our service has been spilled on foreign soil to support. And I ask you to make those live every minute of this trial with every witness that is speaking to you and bringing information to you. In light of the government's burden, according to those principles, to bring proof, not argument, proof of murder, that Megan murdered her best friend. And you've already had the level of proof read to you. It's in your instructions. What proof beyond reasonable doubt means. Real possibility. It'll be whether there's a real possibility that that didn't happen. That it's not proven. And yeah, it's got to be murder for money. You will hear about suicide, because that's not murder for money. Although it will be illegal, and you'll learn this at the end, you can't do something. You can't act in this state in aid of someone who is, according to what you believe, committing suicide. And quite frankly, that applies to if this person, in this case Casey Terry, doesn't intend to commit suicide. In fact, it's just faking it and overdoing it to her demise. And so the single question I submit, or the largest question, not a dot, but a question under the principles that apply, is, will the state prove by evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, with no real possibility to the contrary, that something happened in that room that Casey Terry could not have done to herself? I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on the evidence that I expect you to see. I ask you to keep in mind that it's because the state has this burden that they go first. And witnesses are witnesses, I submit to you. They're not the state's witnesses, although of course you'll see, and it will be obvious, the biases that state's witnesses have. They know what team they're on. But they're still just witnesses. And when I ask questions, I ask you to pay attention, of course, to those answers and how they're answered, keeping these principles in mind as well. There will, however, also be evidence that you would expect in a case, in a court of law, with those burdens in the way of forensic testing, medical information testing, and those sorts of things as well. And there'll be an investigation spoken of by Detective Varney and by Richard Hales, who worked in tandem, although as you'll learn, Richard Hales works for the prosecutor's office. And I'm going to be critical of that. I'll get to that in a moment. I'll tell you why I think that that effort isn't going to have been fair to you in your decision-making in terms of the burdens of proof. Casey, Terry, Megan, I'm going to put that up, Sun Wall. I don't think it's going to be disagreed or become the closest friends that you could imagine. And how it became that way, I think the evidence will show is extraordinarily important, because you will find that Casey Terry is exhausting in the attention that she seeks from Megan. Exhausting. And the way that she seeks that attention and engages in this friendship is just to bombard Megan with her complete misery with being on this planet. And constantly telling Megan that Megan is the only one that she can have a secret, confident relationship in about wanting to pass. And I think it will be clear, and certainly in Megan's mind, spiritually relieved by passing from this earth. Now, the way she gains that, part of the friendship the evidence will show, is not only to just bombard and constantly talk to Megan about how Casey wants to die and wants Megan to be part of that. We're going to talk in a minute about Lee and Renee, Megan's parents, who were there because they had been asked by Casey Terry repeatedly to give blessings to Casey as she was going to die, and had gone to do that before, based on what Casey was claiming. Casey Terry absolutely planted beans that were going to grow. I might toggle back and forth on this a little bit. Sure, you heard you heard Ms. Thomas mention that the Casey Terry was a liar, and that is extraordinarily important in this case. Certainly we all probably know people we think are liars, and it affects their lives one way or another depending on the importance and the nature and severity and their ability to get us to believe. It's extraordinary, you will see in the evidence, Casey Terry's ability to make people believe these lies. Not just the lies themselves being extraordinary, the extent to which she could make people believe them. Casey Terry lied about this cancer, for instance. She perpetuated and maintained the lie that she had terminal cancer. She described it to one person as blood, she described it to another as leukemia of some sort. She would describe that she had terminal cancer. You will see from the evidence that of course that is planting a beam to get attention. And you'll see that she split the way she lied this to different people who would give her different sorts of different attention in different ways and have a different ability to fool. That is what she used, that lie, among others, but that lie to constantly get the response from Megan of sympathy, confederacy, privacy, closeness, spirituality. And this is fueled by Casey Terry to seek attention. But she's so good at this lie, not only, I don't know if the state's gonna ultimately ask you to believe that Megan didn't believe it, but her own family, Casey Terry's, the evidence will be her own family believed it. A family that before her death, she lived with for years. In the same house. A good family. A very good family. Mark Farnsworth, when you hear what that poor man has been through, and his intelligence, and notwithstanding that, you would take her to the hospital for visits that were fake, at midnight, all the time. She would make these people take her around to fake treatments. For years. And it's because they believed her. They learned she didn't have any cancer. They learned she didn't have these other ailments. She would talk about kidney disease. They learned she was healthy when she died, according to the doctors. They learned it from the doctors at the hospital. The being that continued to grow, the evidence is going to show, and I say this in light of the question about whether Casey Terry was suicidal like she claimed 4 years and claimed that night. There's a script for this night. I'm going to get to that. I mean a script, literally, in text messages. She did this for years, as the evidence is going to show, and as I mentioned, but things were escalating. She was calling the doctor more and more towards the end. She was talking about anxiety, depression. She talked to the doctor, mentioned suicide, you're going to hear that. She talked about suicide to some people. She certainly ramped up her supposed misery level. It's not just opiate use and opiate abuse and opiate addiction that was going on with Casey Terry. Casey Terry was buying, selling, exchanging drugs with other people. It was ramping up. Another thing that was ramping up, Casey Terry was stealing from her grandparents that she was living with. Grandparents that her role in that house was to take care of. In the house where Mark lived, and then Mark's parents, Casey's grandparents, who, her grandmother was suffering from mental health disease, dementia, and her grandfather was old and trying to take care of mom, but Mark knew that they needed help, and then Mark believed that Casey needed help. Now Casey was hopefully going to contribute to this household by helping her grandparents. Well, what she was doing is stealing from them. And towards August 12th, it really ramped up. It ramped up, and it ramped up. Her use was getting the money with these people she was involved in with the drug interactions. And it came to a head. There was some mention roughly, I think we're gonna hear from Mark about a week before Casey died, that Mark had some concerns about the billings that later you're gonna hear were found to have been repeatedly and constantly intercepted by Casey to hide her stealing, and the use of the credit cards. And that Casey was probably present, probably overheard that, probably knew, and frankly was asked to cancel the credit card, which she never did. So as you contemplate the state's position that it's somehow ludicrous to believe that Casey Terry was actually maybe going to take the off-ramp that she had created, the evidence will show, you'll be able to contemplate whether the being had grown out of control. And she knew that life as she knew it, as a liar, had finally hit the critical breaking point, and it was going to come out. Now, Mike and one son, we're going to hear about, was an easy mark for Casey Terry. The evidence will show, and it will show through the very communications that are going to be introduced. I submit to you, cherry-picked to the extent out of 28,000 text messages that go on. Of course, there's phone calls, they have meetings, these people are friends. At one point, as you heard, they lived together. Megan and Mitch let Casey live with them. That she never called her on it, is what you just heard. The evidence is going to show. Megan wouldn't call her on it. When Casey would tell her stuff that was ridiculous, 74 degree temperature, you're going to see and hear that that happened all the time. Megan offered unconditional love to Casey Terry. She didn't call her out on things. You're going to hear that even her doctor didn't call her out on some stuff when Casey Terry, as her doctor, I expect, is going to agree and testify, use the medical service process to gain attention, not coming up with false maladies. You're going to learn, there's going to be Kyle Hancock. He's a psychologist. He's clinical work and he's done expert work. And he can help you understand, even from an expert standpoint, not only about someone like Casey and someone like Megan, but what that means in terms of those two types of people having a relationship and the dynamics of that. So as the government suggests that Megan should have called her on it, stopped being an unconditional friend, I think you'll be able to look from the evidence as to why that would be, to the extent that it's not already obvious. And quite frankly, throughout their relationship and throughout the conversations and throughout constant and exhausting pleas from Casey for Megan to unconditionally accept what she said, unconditionally show love, and promise to see her through the end with blessings from her father and being present in a form of helping her by being present when she died. They were even referenced spiritually. Freedom from the pain that Casey was claiming in the form of a spiritual release. This is the room where Casey Terry essentially died. She went to the hospital and was taken off support, but I think the evidence is gonna show she was never going to live after paramedics took her from this room. I blew that up, you can see on the left, up next to her bed in a frame are Casey and Megan. The closest thing to Casey when she essentially passed. This is the room that is the scene of what the supposed murder was. Whether or a suicide, what Megan believed to be a suicide, it looked like a suicide. It was another fake that Casey overdid. Events. Yes, you're going to hear again about all of these communications, and some will be picked out that sound pretty bad if you don't know them in context, like I just described. I think the evidence will show full context. Discussion about if you're so desperate, I hope you just do it. I hope you just commit suicide. I'll help you if I could. Megan says she's being bombarded by Casey begging to go. And by the way, this is an instant overdose now. It's not a new topic in their relationship. You will see from the evidence that talking about dying by insulin in this always in terms of a suicide, a way to pass, had been talked to them, between them, for years and years. When she lived there, you'll see texts that show that because of that, Megan would even bring it and have it in the house. They're not diabetics. There's no diabetics that live there. Casey's not a diabetic. It wasn't, insulin isn't some suddenly nefarious factor in this case that showed up on the 12th. Talk a little bit in a minute about what you're going to hear about, quite frankly, insulin when she moves in to Mark's house, her grandparents' house, is everywhere, all the time, unaccounted for, all sorts of them, because Mark's a diabetic, mom's a diabetic, sister's a diabetic, and his brother Kyle's a diabetic who unfortunately died in January of 24, so 7 months before what we're talking about here. So insulin's talked about as a method of suicide with Megan in these texts. I think there's going to be witnesses that say they've seen it, and you're going to see that Casey is begging her to help her be able to have access to that and saying she's going to use insulin to kill herself. Well, apparently you're going to hear that she's telling her sister, Megan's trying to kill me. Manipulating her sister at one point, to move her out of the house, where she's got to freeload in the basement of Mark's house and does basically nothing except deal with getting and using opiates and other drugs of abuse. The events were scripted out in Texas, you'll see. They planned for Megan to go be over there, and once again, that Casey would use insulin to engage in an overdose. And again, it's uncontroverted. She had the ability to get insulin anywhere she wanted in that house, and no one would even know. Same for syringes. Now, this port is different. You don't need a syringe for a port. You can inject something into a port through just a plunger type syringe that doesn't have a needle. You'll hear evidence that that probably wouldn't have been used it caused the death here because of the different way it would act if you just put it right in the report versus subcutaneously. So there was a script. She was gonna come over, and Casey would be there, Megan would be there, and Casey would engage in an overdose. Suicide. When Megan gets over there, Casey's already got a glucose reading instrument. There and ready. I think you're gonna find out the police didn't even realize that she'd already taken a test result. And you can draw inferences as you go through this trial when you hear that about why Casey Terry's already checking her blood before Megan ever gets there. This glucometer, ultimately they find, was used to take a whole bunch of readings. In a minute I'm going to show you, thank goodness, for Megan, that this was used. Then throughout the day, eventually, because the glucometer tells us what Casey's condition was, and ultimately it deteriorates to the point that Megan, who when she went over there, didn't know whether it was going to work, didn't know what was going to happen there, didn't know whether this was just yet another where Casey would say, it didn't work. She had plans for an anniversary dinner with her parents that night, and then she worked at night as part of her second job, and had expected that she would be going to work. And when it was clear from the use of the glucometer and what she could observe, that Casey probably was done from her cancer and or the insulin overdose, she was not going to live. And so Megan called her parents. And her parents left the dinner, or I can't remember, I'm sorry if they'd already started, but they abandoned their dinner plans and came over. Lee and Renee went in there. Now, I think the evidence will show that neither Casey, despite all these years, nor Megan is ever going to tell anyone that that's how Casey was going to pass. Part of the confidentiality, part of the sanctity of their relationship. And as we're talking about in a minute, probably something that, quite frankly, even though she was willing to be present for, even encourage in terms of her release, not consistent with, she could get in trouble with work, her license, etc. Isn't letting her parents know what had been happening during that day. Just that she was dying. And that Megan had stayed with her. But what happens is, by the way, you're going to hear and see in the text, some text message evidence that all through this time, Casey had constantly told Megan she had a do not resuscitate, a DNR. She had constantly told Megan that Megan was going to be power of attorney. She had gone to burial plots to talk about the places she was planning on being buried. She had told Casey that she wanted Bella, her dog, cremated and buried with her. Bella, by the way, is, I think, a sister or brother to Megan's dog, too. Came out of the same litter. She had told everyone else, the evidence is going to show the opposite, that Megan was some sort of awful person, that she was afraid of Megan, that she thought Megan was going to hurt her or kill her. What happens when Mark, the uncle, comes down from his office upstairs at 9? And by the way, I'll let the evidence play out on that day. I'm not sure what Mark's going to say from the stand. You may hear that some testimony has been given in various places in this lawsuit, and recorded interviews were given with witnesses, and so sometimes that may be needed to be used to refresh their recollection. The best I can tell you is what I expect. and you'll see it happen. But when Mark comes down, he calls Kylie because of the distress, obvious distress, that Casey's in, and Kylie loses it. She says, call the paramedics. Megan is killing her. Immediate accusation. And sounds like, based on what I think that you'll find, were lies by Casey to Kylie. Megan calls Kylie. And Kylie lays into Megan, get out of the house, you're killing her, I'm gonna get you put away or take you out or something to that effect, and screaming at Megan accusations. The importance of that is for you to consider what Megan does end up doing, which in a lot of ways made it look pretty bad. She now knows that someone's gonna actively go after this. She ultimately, on this subject, speaks, she has this worried response. She does speak to the police, but she also, I think the evidence will show, realizing she's going to be accused, realizing she was there, maybe suicide will come up, it's on everyone's phones, deletes like 280 messages about insulin. I think the evidence would be over the course of all of this communicating time, there's probably 5,000 messages with insulin in them. These are close in time and proximate to that date. Sure thing, I think the evidence is going to show that Megan would have preferred not to have anyone know she was present when her friend passed. But does the evidence prove she did something? You can't do something to help someone in a suicide. And no one here is, I mean, we all know you can't kill them. In her interviews, she doesn't tell the story. She explains what she did. She's not asked much. I think they're going to play the interviews. She doesn't tell what happened in there. They used a glucometer. Casey was committing suicide. And she deletes these texts. Can't do that. For worst reason is it makes you look pretty bad. Police say that as they're finding out about the deletions of texts and stuff, the police are telling her, it doesn't look good for you. The text does not look good for you. Being there with these texts and talking about insulin on an insulin overdose does not look good for you. But in one interview, Richard Hales, now Special Agent Hales, I'm going to work hard to get it right. My understanding is it's new, it's a Special Agent title, and so I've been referring to him, and everyone deserves their title. Detective, Special Agent Richard Hales. He explains what the principles we're applying in this court mean. Dead on. Does not look good for you. So we're doing other things. DNA, forensics, medical. You're saying you didn't do anything. When he asked her the blunt question, did you do something? Did you do something in that room in relation to Casey's overdose on insulin? You've said no, that's great, but if there's evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. Meaning, Megan. Fair enough? Megan says, yep. And if there's not, I will ride off into the sunset. There wasn't. All the efforts that were made with DNA, with serology, with toxicology, with medicine, with FBI labs. Everything that was tried, and unfortunately some very poor police work, compromised the ability to get results in some cases that we can rely on. Failed to prove in a court of law, failed to be evidence and proof that Megan did something in that room. And the reason is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias occurs when an officer believes in or searches for evidence to support a favored theory while ignoring or excusing contrary evidence and is disinclined to change the belief. It's normal, we all have confirmation bias. But in police work, we can all imagine and agree we need to pay attention to the evidence of how it could have affected the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Whether it makes Megan look guilty. If you think at the end of the trial, of course, that she did it, you'll have to acquit, because it has to be proven. Or proof that Megan's guilty with no real possibility otherwise, that's in your instruction. So what was the evidence? In the room, the paramedics come. Yes, Megan and her family are told to get out, and they do. They leave. Although Megan's mother, who also believed in the DNR that Casey said she had, and Casey's desire not to be resuscitated and to go to where she wanted to go, was pretty mad. She was pretty hot. She said, Megan is her best friend. You're doing the wrong thing by calling the paramedics. And then they're ushered out, told to get out. Mark calls them, the paramedics come. They do what they need to do. It's always tough on a scene. We're going to call it a crime scene. That's the state's theory, is that it's a crime scene. Because they need to do what they need to do, and sometimes it can affect, obviously, the integrity of the crime scene. They leave, and here's what is ultimately in that room. Syringes. 2 syringes are found. There's some of the plunger type that you could use for the port. 2 syringes at least. Turns out there's 3. I'll get to that in a minute. That are insulin syringes. In other words, the means for Casey Terry to utilize them to inject insulin into her body. And like I said, the evidence is that that's not surprising, since they're all over the house and available to her at any time. They send these syringes. Let me be clear about the 2 syringes, because I just misspoke. There's a syringe that is found over by where Casey Terry is. I think the evidence exhibit's going to be 2, or not exhibit for you, but police item number. The one found in the room. What happens is, Mark, ultimately, about 3 or 4 days later, is out cleaning up some things outside in the patio area where Casey would go meet friends, smoke cigarettes and such, and had a garbage can for it. This Fanta box up in the upper left-hand corner. That Fanta box he was going to crush to throw away. That's, by the way, Fanta is what Casey drank. Fanta orange. There's Fanta orange cans in the room. You'll see the evidence, you'll see the body camera. And as he manipulated the box before he crushed it, he could tell something was in it. So he pulled it out, and it was a rag, a black rag. You can see it in the right part of that picture. And a syringe, a box that no log insulin could be in. And a piece of paper that would come from the box. In other words, evidence. So he called Detective Farney. Detective Farney said, "Oh, take some pictures of it, I'll pick it up later." But in that, there's a syringe. So we have one syringe from the room at that point. We have another syringe. And then when Detective Farney came over to pick up the Fanta box evidence, Mark told her, hey, I had to rip out the carpet and strip down the room. The reason is because the day after this happened, believe it or not, a massive hailstorm occurred and it flooded Casey's room.
Right. There you
But
go.
when Mark says, oh, while I was doing that, this is the 19th now, when they've come to pick up the evidence. When I was doing that, I found another syringe in the room. Here it is. And that's the one on the far right, still in the evidence bag. Those 3 syringes were available, in other words, within days. And the police sent him to the crime lab to get tested for the sort of evidence that Chales was talking about. DNA, fingerprints, and such. Didn't turn out to be good candidates for getting fingerprints. And DNA-wise, they found some DNA. I think you'll hear that with regard to one of the syringes, the DNA wasn't capable of being compared to Megan, Mark, Casey. Those standards were used. Those are the people, the DNA they're trying to find. With the other syringe, it was possible to get enough DNA to find out the following. Mark's DNA was on it. Casey's DNA was on it. Megan is excluded from any DNA on it. By the way,
That's important.
they arrested Megan in March of 25. March 20th. The results that I just described you hadn't even come back yet. No DNA from Megan, no fingerprints from Megan. And one of the other things you're going to learn is that it turns out that Farney, Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales never collected the Fanta box or the rag. I think the evidence will be that there's probably not a better item to get DNA off of than a rag. And not a better item to get fingerprints off of than a smooth surface of a Fanta box. Mark hadn't put those in the bag. The Detective Farney said, toss the stuff in the bag and I'll come get it. Although, incredibly, when they went over to pick up the bag, Mark showed him he still had the Fanta box in the rag. They just let him toss it back in the trash. We know so that's the state of that evidence. We have syringes now with Mark saying he found one when he ripped up the carpet the next day. 2 in the room, 1 in a Fanta box. A vial with some missing that Mark will testify to be enough to kill a non-diabetic, in his opinion. Let's talk about the glucometer. Thank goodness. Now, granted, you're going to hear that Megan didn't tell him what happened in the room that day. Didn't tell him about a glucometer, about an insulin overdose, about Casey's plan. This glucometer was used, and it was used by Megan. That'll be the evidence. Because right around 43, which was at 1:43 p.m., a reading of 43, you're close to, if not unconscious. It's not clear. Definitely at 30. That's 2 o'clock p.m. This shows that Casey would have been unconscious, and it shows that she would have never regained consciousness. So it gives a timeline. My understanding is, with all these experts and all of this medical testimony, and taking this evidence for what it's worth, there is no medical way to find that after Casey's blood sugar was 43, more insulin went into her. Submit the evidence you're gonna hear from any expert that comes to that end is going to be, sorry, I touched my computer, it messed up. It's going to be that whatever time insulin went into Casey Terry, she would have been able to do it to herself. In fact, the timing of that could have been before Megan even got there. That's the best of medicine, and the experts can tell us. So the glucometer, thank goodness, gives us a timeline that demonstrates that exogenous insulin could have been administered by Casey Terry to herself. And no evidence
Interesting.
shows that anything would have been injected after she couldn't do it to herself. I showed you some other syringes. A couple months later, it sounds like, Mark actually also found more syringes in his brother Kyle's room, which is right down the hall, the next bedroom from Casey's. Some of them, one of them at least, was preloaded. Kyle was a diabetic, and he would preload syringes and put them next to in his bedside stand or something. By the way, this room was never searched by the police. Mark happens to, he was gonna move in there, and Mark happens to find those empty syringes and one that was preloaded in the room right there next to where Casey's room was. And he saves them to his credit. Apparently not really connecting the dots on their evidentiary value right when he found them, but he sticks them in the fridge.
When is
and as
move-in?
recently as December of last
Okay.
year, 3 months ago,
Yeah, because we need to get rid
They
of that
come to
storage
light.
unit by the end of it.
and the police now have 4 syringes. Four more syringes, one loaded, presumably with insulin. He sent those to the lab for fingerprints only, and surprisingly, they don't come back with fingerprints. So the point is that the scene, the evidence, the forensics of this case will show you that they're absolutely consistent with Casey Terry doing whatever caused her death to herself. And let alone a real possibility. They're absolutely consistent. But the police don't follow the evidence. The prosecution, who's involved in this case from the start, you'll hear, and whose own investigator is doing the work. Despite this evidence, despite not even having medical records, despite the medical examiner's report you're going to hear, the medical examiner is going to say, then and now, this manner of death is undetermined. Their expert medical examiner, based on what I have heard so far, is all I can tell you what I expect, is going to agree. The manner of death is undetermined, and it's not because we don't know that it's insulin. It's because we don't know whether Casey did it to herself. But this case is going forward anyway. The police went and arrested Megan before most of these results were in, before medical records were back. That confirmation bias will drive all the way into this courtroom. I ask you to pay attention to that notion, pay attention to the responsibilities by these principals in relation to that. Everybody, frankly, their evidence is their minds are blown. about how they got fooled by Casey Terry in so many ways. Megan, after that relationship, learning. But the evidence, regardless of all this cherry-picked texting we're going to hear about, absolutely will not prove, according to the principles that apply here, Megan's some murderer or even some helper in suicide, other than a comp gun and a best friend who watched her friend die, but got charged with murder. For that reason, you'll be returning the verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess right now. Give you a little break. Might I remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse.
Okay, we're going to come back in. Now, guys, just know that we will be popping into the Kouri Richins. Gosh, this KRs and KRs. KDR and KR. Kouri Richins trial as soon as it starts at 1 p.m. their time, which I believe is going to be 2 p.m. our time. So we will hop into that at that moment. So thank you. Oh, Angela, thank you. I thought I muted it. I pushed it and it was red. My apologies, y'all. Sometimes I hit the mute button and it doesn't work. So congratulations to my daughter. She's graduating college and she got her apartment. Yay! So it's good. That's not too private, but thank you very much. Sometimes it shows red on my end and you're still hearing it. It happens. But thank you guys so much for joining us. Right now we are watching the Fatal Friendship Redrum trial where a woman is accused of unaliving her friend with insulin. Yep, this is sounding a little, I'm liking this trial, I gotta be honest, better than the other one, but we'll follow them both.
Court,
Thank you, Angela.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you, sir. Come on up here and have a seat. We appreciate you being here. If you can make a point to keep that mic in front of you at all times, we'll all be able to hear and we'll be able to make a good record.
Okay.
Thank you. Counsel.
Good afternoon. If you could please state your name for the record.
Mark Farnsworth.
Not your exact address, but where do you currently live? I guess what city? That was a bad question.
My permanent address, I guess, is 6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah, 84003.
I wouldn't do that.
I'm in another temporary place right now.
Where are you living temporarily now?
American Fork.
How long have you been living in American Fork?
Since about July.
And before that, you mentioned, sorry, what city is your permanent address in again?
Highland.
Highland. And sorry, before we dive into questions, you, just for the record, you have a little backpack with you, is that right?
Yep.
You're diabetic?
Yep.
What's the point of your backpack? I guess, why do you carry that with you?
Just so you guys know, because I had to look it up. American Fork is a little small community off of Utah Lake, which is south of Salt Lake City, just to give reference.
Just to be prepared for anything that happens. If my blood sugar goes low, I've got stuff to take care of that. If it goes high, I've got stuff to take care of that.
So, and just for the record, if you need a snack or something happens medically that you need to focus on, just let us know and we're happy to accommodate that, okay?
Okay.
All right, so going back to when you lived in Highland, how long did you live in Highland for?
Off and on for, I think, about 4 or 5 years. I was in and out different times.
Okay, we'll get to that in a bit, but did you know Casey Terry?
I did.
How do you know her? Or how did you
She's
know
my
her?
niece.
On what side of the family is she your niece? How is she related directly?
My younger sister, Michelle, was her mother.
And is your sister Michelle still with us, or has she passed away?
She passed away.
When did that happen?
I think 1983, somewhere in there.
Do you remember how old Casey would have been at the time?
About 3.
Does Casey have any siblings?
Say that again?
Does Casey have any siblings?
Yeah, one sister, Kylie.
What's their age difference, if you know?
I think about 3 years.
Who's older?
Kylie.
So you said Casey was about 3 when your sister, her mother, Michelle, passed.
Yeah,
That would have made Kylie around 7-ish.
yeah.
When Casey and Kylie were children, where did they live? What state?
Utah.
Were you living in Utah at the time?
No,
Where were you living?
Georgia.
How long did you live in Georgia?
14 years.
You remember what year you moved out to Georgia?
1990.
He does not seem too thrilled about Georgia staying.
I'm not great at math. How old was Casey born yet when you moved to Georgia?
Yeah.
How old was she, if you remember?
She would have been probably, I don't know, 4 or 5. Can't remember.
So did you move to Georgia after Michelle passed away?
Yeah.
Did Casey, I guess, was Casey's father around during her younger years?
Yeah.
Is he still with us?
No.
When did he pass away?
10 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, I think.
I want to ask you a little bit about kind of family dynamics, understanding that you were probably in Georgia for part of this, but what were the family dynamics like for Casey and Kylie when they were younger?
They lived with their dad, but, him being a single parent with 2 little girls, they spent a lot of time with my parents, and my mom, I think, played a pretty influential role in their lives. And we used to go on hunting trips together and do a lot of family activities together with Casey and Kylie and their dad.
Fair to say they were close family at that time?
Yeah.
How did Michelle die?
Diabetic complications.
And then you said about 10 years ago, Casey's father died. Do you know how he died?
I think it was cardiac and respiratory problems.
You said you moved to Georgia in about 1990. I'm sorry, I already forgot how long you said you lived there. Do you remember when you moved back to Utah?
2004.
What was the point of moving back to Utah?
I had had been through a divorce, and my job brought me back.
What city did you move to when you moved back to Utah in '04?
Island.
And what was your living situation at the time?
I was living in Highland with my parents because I was commuting a lot with my job, and actually ended up commuting back to Georgia every week, and I was down there about 25 days every month. So when I would come home on the weekends, I just had a place in the basement of my parents' house.
Understanding we're kind of talking about a large chunk of time here. You moved back to Utah in 2004. What were your parents' conditions health-wise at the time?
My mom is also type 1 diabetic. My dad, who is about to turn 89, very healthy. My mom, for the last 5 years, has been in cognitive decline, and it's gotten to the point where it's, pretty advanced.
What was your mom's health condition in 2024 before Casey died?
She's brittle diabetic, and so she requires constant monitoring by my dad, and then, my younger brother also has passed away due to diabetic complications, and that's the reason I ended up moving back in.
Okay, I gotta see that again, y'all. I thought they said she was not. I gotta read this. Oh, the mom was a brittle diabetic, not Casey. Okay, I thought, what?
There to help my dad because he just had to take care of my mom, my brother, and Casey. And I'm the backup plan if he goes down with a stress stroke or something.
Okay, I want to ask a little more about that. So you mentioned you moved back from Georgia in part because of a divorce, but also to help take care of some of your family members. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You mentioned a brother. What's his name?
Kyle,
And when did he pass away?
January of 2024.
And did you say he was also diabetic?
Yep.
What was the reason for his death?
Just 50 years of diabetic complications. He had had 2 kidney transplants.
You said your mom, I believe, was brittle diabetic. What does that term mean?
Really hard to control, drastic swings in blood sugar levels.
Is that a separate diagnosis, or is that a term
It's
that
a term that people use to describe the level of severity.
And you said she was type 1?
Yep.
Is everybody that we're going to be talking about here that's diabetic type 1?
Yep.
How does that differ from type 2?
Type 1 is the more serious. You can't control type 1 with metformin or some pill. Insulin dependent is what type 1 is.
When you say insulin dependent, what does that mean exactly?
You either take injections or have an insulin pump.
Is your father diabetic?
No.
So starting in 2004, I want to walk through the timeline. When you moved back, sounds like maybe just on some weekends because you were still commuting out to Georgia quite a bit. Who was living at your parents' home?
My mother and father and Kyle.
Was Kyle a brittle diabetic as well?
Yeah.
So you helped your father care for Kyle and your mother, is that fair?
Yeah, for the first several years that I was back, he wasn't, he could live a fairly normal life. But after the second kidney transplant, and eventually that started to fail, his health just declined.
When we talk about understanding this may differ, but let's use Kyle as an example. When you make reference to living a normal life as a diabetic, what does that typically look like?
It depends on how disciplined you are. If I use my situation as an example, I would say being type 1 diabetic has not affected me or the way I live my life in any way, but I've always been willing to, if I needed to take 10 shots a day, but I've always eaten whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. Physical activity, I've always been hyperactive. That's the reason I'm in this boot right now.
Got a little too hyperactive, got an injury?
Yeah.
Just to educate the jury a little bit, I'm not sure everybody's familiarity with diabetes. I guess let's talk about type 1. What does that mean generally? You said that you're insulin dependent. What?
Okay, so right now I use what they call a continuous glucose monitor. So I've got this sensor in my arm, and then I've got a reader, and I set a range for my blood sugar, and if it goes low, the reader notifies me so I can get some sugar into me. If it goes high, the reader notifies me so I can get some insulin into me.
And what types of things affect your blood sugar level at any given time in the day?
The schedule and dosage that I take of insulin, whatever I eat, when I eat, and then my activity level, exercise.
You mentioned before that it depends on how disciplined someone is, how normal of a life they can live with diabetes. What was Kyle like when he was alive in managing his diabetes?
He was diagnosed when he was 18 months old, and they just didn't have the technology back then in the early and mid-60s to take care of it the way they do now. So from his early years on, he was always out of control, out of balance, and that over time does damage to your heart and kidneys and eyes. And so that's, over time, it just wore him out.
So when you moved back and were living with your parents and Kyle in Highland, what kind of care was he requiring from you?
At that time in 2004, he didn't require any care or help from me, because at that time he was still able to be fairly active, and he could control, or he's the one that managed his situation. My mom and dad didn't have to do anything for him, but over time, that disease just wears you down.
Do you remember about maybe just a ballpark of a year that Kyle started requiring more of your help?
About 2017, he had gotten really pretty sick by then, and then that's when my mom was declining cognitively, and she needed to be monitored all the time. So Kyle's the one that came to me and asked me to move back in to help my dad, because he was taking care of everybody.
So let's talk about 2017, that time frame. Do you know where Casey was living at that time?
I'm not sure if she had moved in. I think she had moved in with my mom and dad by then.
And to your knowledge, what was the reason that she moved in with your parents?
She just needed help. She didn't have a driver's license, a car, and she had the medical condition and issues, and I'm the one that at some point kind of took over her, helping her. So I'd say on average, we probably were at the emergency room in the hospital in the middle of the night, at least once a month, sometimes twice a month, doing transfusions and things like that. And we got to the point where she'd text me in the middle of the night, and I'd take her down to the hospital, and we got kind of a routine where I'd say, any idea how long you're going to be? Text me when you're done. And 3, 4, 5 hours later, she'd text me, and I'd go get her.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that, but let me go back to, so you said in 2017 you believed that Casey was living with your parents. Do you remember when she would have moved in?
No.
You mentioned that she needed help. You mentioned she didn't have a driver's license or a car, and then you mentioned some medical issues. What, at the time, did you believe was medically wrong with Casey?
Well, she was doing in-home IV, and in the refrigerator there were different vials of whatever medicine she was taking. We thought it was cancer,
Why did you think it was cancer?
because I think that's what we were told.
When you said we were told, do you remember who told you that?
Probably Casey.
Do you remember what type of cancer she told you she had?
No.
Do you remember when, about what year she would have told you she had cancer?
I don't.
That's fair.
You talked about taking Casey to the ER pretty regularly, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. But other than things like that, trips like that, and again, I'll come back to what medicine or whatever she was taking at home. What was her kind of day-to-day life like? What was her physical condition like at the time?
She wasn't very healthy. She had 2 bad knees, and she had had one replaced and was planning on having the other replaced.
And sorry, let me stop you there. So, and this is my bad, I'm kind of jumping all over in the timeline. Let's go back to like 2019 time period. What was her health like then?
She was doing in-home IVs, and they had and I think it was Select Health Insurance would deliver a big box of stuff every week. And she had all of the equipment in the house there to be able to do that.
When you say equipment, what kinds of things are you talking
Well, the
about?
thing that you hang the IV bag on, and all of the tubing, and one of the issues that she really struggled with a lot is she had a port, and that would get blocked or infected a lot, and I think that was a lot of the reason we were in the emergency room at the hospital quite often
Do you know why she had a port?
for the IV.
Did you, I guess, what was your belief at the time, around 2019-ish, of why she needed IVs?
I thought she was doing like an in-home chemo treatment.
Are you aware if Casey was born with any medical conditions?
She was born with 1 kidney.
If you know, what kind of treatment did that require?
I don't know again, when she was growing up, I was in Georgia. So, I don't know if that created any kind of a need for any kind of special additional treatment.
So your understanding around 2019 was that the port was necessary for chemotherapy?
That's what I thought it was for.
Did you think it had anything to do with the kidney issue?
No.
You mentioned that Casey wasn't terribly healthy around 2019. Was she mobile? Was she able to do things?
She had a hard time getting up and down stairs because of her knees.
You mentioned that she had a knee replacement. Do you know when that was?
It was probably 6 months to a year before the time she passed.
And that's just you basing it on your memory?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know that she was planning on getting the other knee replaced.
Okay, I'll come back to that again here in a second. If we're talking about 2020 timeframe, you're helping care for your mom and your brother Kyle. Was Casey helping you with that at all?
She was. Casey was actually a big help for my mom and dad. She, because of her previous work experience, she was real familiar with medications, and my mom was on so many medications that she would manage that for her. And if that was left up to my dad, my mom would have been dead 10 years ago. So Casey's the one that oversaw that.
Was Casey diabetic?
No.
But it sounds like Casey would have been a big part in helping manage your mom's diabetes. Is that fair?
Yep.
You referred to your mom as being brittle diabetic, which you said she could have drastic swings either way throughout the day. Is that right?
Yeah.
How might Casey need to have been prepared to handle something like that?
Casey got to the point where she recognized when the signs of somebody's blood sugar going down or going up, and she would know with my mom what to do. And then also, when my mom got the continuous glucose system like I've got, it was linked to Casey's phone.
So she would get notifications if there was an issue with your mom?
Yeah, and the same thing with my brother. Kyle was really bad, and Casey would be the one that if his blood sugar crashed or went way up, it would notify her on her phone.
You mentioned that Casey would know what to do if there was a blood sugar issue. What things might those have been?
Well, if your blood sugar crashes, goes way down, you've got to get sugar. And so in the fridge downstairs by Kyle's bedroom, there was bottles of Coke. And so she'd get him that. If his blood sugar was going way up, then she would know based on how high his blood sugar was, how much insulin he needed.
So according to your observation of Casey helping care for both your mom and your brother, she understood how insulin worked.
Yep.
Doses of insulin that those two individuals required.
Yep.
And it sounds like signs of high or low blood sugar.
Yep.
still talking about 2020-ish timeframe here. Did Casey have a job?
She did. She actually, I got her a job with my company. I'm a health insurance broker. And at certain times of the year, every year, for companies that we work with, insurance companies, we do surveys for them. And we hired Casey to do those surveys. And then the plan was that when she had the second knee replacement, my boss had actually asked her if she was interested in getting her license as an insurance agent and coming to work full-time for the company. And she wanted to do that. So that was the plan, that she was going to get licensed after she had recovered from the second knee replacement and then go to work as an agent.
You mentioned getting her a job at your same company. Do you remember when that would have been? Ballpark of a year is fine.
Probably 2022 maybe.
Did she have to go into an office to do that job, or how did that work?
Occasionally, but I worked from home, and so she would go into the office occasionally, but she worked from home also.
So you said you think around 2022 is when you got her that job?
Yeah.
So let's jump to that time frame. Who's living in the home in 2022?
My parents, Kyle, Casey, and then by that time I was moved back in there.
Were you still commuting to Georgia?
No.
When did you more permanently move to Highland and stop the Georgia commute? Sorry, I know I'm asking to recall a lot of dates.
I think I've had a couple of different jobs since then, and I think I was done commuting 2012, 2013, somewhere in that.
Okay, so by 2022, you had lived permanently in Utah for a while.
Yeah.
Was Kylie living in the state at the time in 2022?
Yeah.
What were family dynamics like with Kylie, Casey, and your parents and brother?
Yeah, we were all pretty close. Kylie had, young kids, and my mom and dad liked to be involved with them and support Kylie's and Jim's kids in their activities, and so.
Was Casey a part of that? Was she close with the family?
Yeah.
What kinds of things would you guys all do together?
Regular dinners together. Kylie's son Cooper has been a competitive shooter for a lot of years, and my mom and dad would go when they could, as often as they could. They'd go to his competitions. Cooper would go duck hunting with my father.
And would Casey sometimes be a part of those activities?
Not the shooting or the hunting.
And why not, if you know?
I don't think she could walk out into the marsh at Farmington Bay very well, so.
But otherwise, family dinners, things like that, Casey was a part of?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1. You have a screen up there by you. It should pop up. Let me know when you see that. Do you recognize this?
Yep,
What is this?
that's my parents' home.
And what, I guess, what view of the home is it?
Up above, looking straight down on it.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
And if we can publish that to the jury.
Q Court received States Exhibit 1, it may be published.
All right, you said that this is an aerial view of the home.
Yep.
I'll come back to that in a second. I'm going to also show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 26. Let me know when you see that.
I see it.
Do you know what that is?
That's the front view of their home, the front of their home.
State moves to admit Exhibit 26.
No objection.
Q Court received States Exhibit 26, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. So that's a fairly nice home. Who did kind of yard work and care for the home generally?
My father, and then when I was there, I did most of the heavy lifting there.
I'll get to the basement in a second, but describe the inside of the home. Let's start with the top floor, or I don't know, how many floors does the home have? Two. Let's start with the top floor. Describe kind of the layout there.
Okay, so the front, if you were to go in the front door, immediately to the left is the living room. To the right, those three bigger windows is where the office is. That was my office. To the right of that is a bedroom.
And who would have been in that bedroom?
That's where I was until about 3 or 4 months after my brother died.
Okay. Where did your parents sleep?
Their bedroom was over on the left corner there where the living room was. If you go straight behind that, that's where their bedroom is.
Kitchen upstairs?
Yeah. So the kitchen would be from where the three big windows where the office was, straight to the west behind that.
And I'm assuming there's like a living space, family room area upstairs?
Yeah.
Where is that?
Yeah, great room. It's as you walk in the front door, if you keep walking straight, you walk right into the great room.
Okay, we're going to talk about the basement. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sorry, I'm a little technologically challenged. All right, I'm handing you an iPad that you can draw on. There's a little, I don't know what you call it, stylus pencil tool up there.
I need somebody with fingernails to get that out of there.
Not the ability either, sorry. Thanks for your patience. record, we're going to call this State's Exhibit 3. And what I want you to do, and Judge, well, I guess, I'm hoping to publish it to the jury as he's drawing it. I'm hoping to have him diagram the basement. Mr. Williams, I don't know if you have any issue with that.
No, be done on a whiteboard. If you can figure out how to do it on this device, he's a better man than I.
We can publish it.
All right, so once we see the screen up there so the jury can follow along.
My apologies. Oh my God. I pushed the wrong button. My apologies. I could hear me, but you couldn't. Okay, what I said was that we are back in court. Yay. Let's see if the defense and the prosecution got everything ironed out, and let's see how long it takes for there to be a objection with an issue with the walk the dog letters. We are going to be having two more defendants supposedly on the side of the state, and then we should get into the case in chief of the defendant. Now, reminders that there will be a pause and a break per request from the defendant for them to make that switch. She also will, I think it's a Rule 14 or Motion 14. In other words, where they motion to have everything dismissed and the case thrown out. That won't happen, but she's got to make that on the record. So that's going to be happening. I will be stepping out and getting lunch. I have not been eating lately until after 8-10 hours of streaming and not having a meal, and it's making me sick. So I will step out. I will have my avatar up, but I will be here. I'm monitoring and listening. We'll just be taking a little comfort break. Okay, here we go in trial. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate and love you so, so very much.
But it's already stated, so, so when you put it in, yeah, so you don't get formal about it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Are we waiting for the jury to come in? She's purring. She's happy. She's got mommy. Let me zoom. If I can. I don't think I can. Nope. One of the things that they've been arguing that the prosecution wants is the fact that the state has cherry-picked what it is that they have shown of certain evidence, and the state has pulled, God, is it the 106? I think it's Utah Rule 106, where The defense is saying that they want all of the evidence to come in. So, for example, an entire letter or an entire video. So, that has been one of our arguments. Oh, let me get the banner down. There we go. Thank you, Mods Honey and Angela, for being here today. And Joe Schmo, I know that you're in the background. Thank you guys so much for being here. And all of you who are here, thank you so much. You are a huge blessing. I hope you like my virtual background. After today or tomorrow, I'll be using a lot of virtual backgrounds because I am packing up. I am having to move out of my home. That means not only do I move an entire home, but I move this studio as well. So, so you'll be seeing more of those backgrounds until we get it done. Thank you guys for paying attention and listening to the Fatal Friendship Red Room case. I will do a YouTube short about that for you guys to kind of let people know that we're looking at it and what it's about. But so far, I think we got a clear picture. It's, that Megan, who basically is being accused of doing her friend Casey with insulin. Yeah, that's an interesting, not interesting, but it's all convoluted. But it is my understanding. I'm not an EMD. I'm not an ME or an MD. But it's my understanding, isn't insulin hard for them to find if someone uses it for red room? Just interesting. Hold on, guys. I have a friend who showed up and she's helping me. She's gonna help me. I want to cry. Y'all who've ever moved, I've lived here for 12 years, actually, not 10. And then I adopted a bunch of stuff from both of my sisters when they passed. And it's gotten a little overwhelming. And God sends people. God love you. But anyway, let me get my watch on and we'll start going over a few things. I don't think I totally read over everything on Kouri Richins this morning, so let me see my notes. I did take notes yesterday. Okay. Of course, yesterday we didn't have testimony. It turned into a long argument with the defense and the prosecution and the judge about transcripts, redactions. Now, all of that partially concerning the walk the dog letter, from my full understanding. It was a mess. And I found it interesting that the prosecution whined like a baby, threw a little temper tantrum, and it was a little uncomfortable to watch. It felt like a train wreck, actually. The defense immediately pushed back, saying that a part of Kouri interview shouldn't be shown to the jury. The prosecution argued those sections were necessary for the context. The judge reviewed and decided more of the interview could come in if okay, sorry, my watch wants to update and it distracted me. The rule alone's really, that rule that they were working, I think it's 106, really slowed all this down. And the letter, wow. We went over the letter, so I got to remember what, 4 days ago, one of our shows, we actually did a walking the dog review of that letter. And y'all, just saying. Kouri is saying that she wrote that letter in jail, but she is trying to pass it off as a book. She's trying her darndest to say that these writings were a part of a book, and I don't believe it. And she had a friend say that it was. Yeah. No, not believing it. I don't know if you believe it, but I sure don't.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
Now, this woman is pivotal in this case, y'all. Pivotal in this case. And one of the things they're attacking her on is the fact that she has a drug history herself, that she broke conditions of parole. They're going to dive into that on the defense's side. Probation, excuse me,
Lauber,
broke conditions.
If you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
I'll mute while they sworn. They are going to try and nail her because she is possibly lying about her probation and breaking of the conditions of that probation. They're going to attack her integrity. And it was brutal last time. Let's see how it is this time. God help her. Prayers, baby. Prayers, baby.
When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close.
You've been here before. You know what to do. Welcome back. Potter.
Probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank
Right
you.
there.
I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay, so nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023, when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released from Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Commander, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and?
Yes.
Everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She will in just a moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions, is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes, I said that,
Okay.
sorry. But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one you're
sorry,
talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
So you violated that condition?
Yes.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right. So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness exhibit, defense exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct? I'm sorry, so October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right, and you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay,
think-
it was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall the time I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think hearsay?
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
Can't read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but the line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, it was, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early. If I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
So you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
No.
No? Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee. Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lover?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not,
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
State. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
Okay. So you were writing to ask for permission to go, oh, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes, no, yes. Yes and no.
It was not, it wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment. Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
it's in evidence. Thank
yes.
you.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now.
So, Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''D''RISCOLL.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were 3 likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did you or did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? And while that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit it.
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please. What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel. And I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production. They produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115? Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up. In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists, and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach. Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please? In the caption to the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it
Okay.
now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, a subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Detective is Lisa Darden, Cory Darden's mother.
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection 401, 403, and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to
Oh,
go
my
through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, 2-113, please. Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
Scott, 2-114, please. Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
I'm going to pause real quick. And thank you guys so much for being so kind and letting me try to get some lunch and do some things. Ghostwriter. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And ghostwriters are really good. I would hire a ghostwriter, but the concept and the idea and everything usually is the individual. I want to hear from that ghostwriter. I want to know how much of it was hers, how much of it was Kouri's or his, in my humble opinion. Yep. Oh, I'm going to read these for you. How much did you make per book? Ha ha ha. Sounds way better. Oh my God. They would die. It would be so funny.
I'm reading these because we have people listening only and not able to view. Yes, it would, in blue and green. So on Amazon, I only make about $5.35 a book. They print it and ship it. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through. I'll make about $10 a book. In blue, recipient. Nice. KDR, yeah. The next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year.
Your Honor, maybe
Even
a pro tem legal issue.
dollar book, that would be great. Oh, we have another sidebar. So this lead detective is, I think, their last witness. Now, I'm sorry I had to go eat. I missed the testimony of the housekeeper. Honey, honey, can you in Discord let me know what happened with the cleaning lady, please, if anything? And I can't zoom because we got raw film here. I know what I'll do. I'll go back and listen myself. It obviously wasn't that long, was it? On my way. Okay. Thank you, boo. So I know they wanted to impeach her. I'm going to replay this. So we're doing a sidebar because... Oh, well, I lost it.
Folks,
I'm
a
going to put a
short
poll up,
restroom
you guys.
break,
Hold on.
please. Please rise for the jury.
Rise, bring the jury.
Have a seat, folks. Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation?
That's
Okay.
fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you.
Oh,
Court's in
really?
recess.
Okay, I'm getting a poll up, y'all. Okay, I got a poll going. There we go. Okay, 2:10, which is 3:10. That's not a lot of time, but we will just, what I think I might do is, I want to replay the testimony. So I'm going to share this again. I want to replay it because I missed a lot of it trying to get lunch. Got to take better care of myself. Not eating all day and then gorging at night. It's not healthy.
I'm sorry, what? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
Okay, just for example, if my son or I were on these conditions and either one of us had a weapon in the house, say if I was on the conditions and he had a weapon in the house, no bueno, I get in trouble.
So you violated that condition?
Yes.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert?
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
All right. So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness exhibit, defense exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct?
What are you waiting for?
23, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well,
I should have put neither.
so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay.
think-
It was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall telling him I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think hearsay?
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
Can't read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but
I
the line
fixed
that
it.
is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Honestly, and honesty, and actually I'm applying for a job as a probation officer. I actually am. Probationees, very few are 100% perfect on probation. It is not uncommon, especially with people who suffer from addictions, to struggle. They're not going to be perfect. That's the acceptance I have.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, it was,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true?
This is
Let me back up. You
normal
had a curfew,
violations.
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.,
yes.
and you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early. If I
So,
was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
so you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay.
1 minute is 1 minute, y'all.
So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
No.
No.
They would test her the
Okay,
next
so
day.
you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee.
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not,
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Christine, if you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right, in this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be a no.
And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
That would be a no unless now there is a chance that if the probation office in Las Vegas agrees to be a monitoring agent for her while she's in Vegas visiting the boyfriend, then she potentially could go. But I could not see anybody allowing a probationee to go to Vegas on a regular basis for a boyfriend. I mean, there are other reasons they would, but in my own knowledge and experience, that is a
Okay. So you were writing to
high
ask for
risk area.
permission to go, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes, no, yes. Yes and no.
It was not, it wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do, wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
This is not unusual behavior for addicts, people. That does not mean her testimony she's giving right now
Your Honor, that's all. we
is
have.
not true.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
it's in evidence. Thank
yes.
you.
Ms.
And she's been
Lewis,
sober for
may
4
we
years.
Allow this witness.
Okay. That's her past. What is she doing now? She's been sober for 4 years. She's been working. She's sometimes, and I understand this is trial and they're trying to impeach her. I understand somebody else's life on the line, but that doesn't mean that she's a bad person, and it doesn't mean that she's a bad witness. She's been honest.
Mrs. Steptown,
Yes, we may.
are we releasing this witness?
No. The defense will bring her back. How much you want to bet?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now.
So Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back
God, I hope not.
because of that possibility. Anything before we invite the jury back in?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm happy. That was a nut and bugger for me. I didn't get my oh, who was the judge for Alec Murdaugh? All rise,
Have a seat,
bring the
folks. Thank you.
jury. I need to get that voice back.
All right, have a seat. Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
I'm sorry.
For a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please? Sir, is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary. Am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct, that was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal, in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled. Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled. Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you, only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023, and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was. Yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Diddy.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Slauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it? What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for online? Uh, 8-58R, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
That's because he didn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, I affected people's lives by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm getting at.
No, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurting, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
Totally
But I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know the personal situation.
Totally agreed.
So I would never do that, ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're gonna need you to really settle down and maybe even take a pad and paper
Even if I get
and try to write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever,
details.
we meet again, I can go through
Well, we're gonna
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm saying, these details that you're giving us are kinda hazy.
That's because
And
it's to me.
And it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, it was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
should
is a
reach out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying, we're gonna need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with Kouri. That the details about everything we've been talking about are gonna be important.
Right.
It's a homicide investigation.
Oh, that's not good word.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
So, right now, we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratched out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
And my second, now, everything I just told you, I probably wouldn't remember what order I just told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why I'm like,
remember.
I can't remember
Even if it's
everything.
like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was.
Like I said, I
on the ground.
remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go, March?
April.
Is it March 15th?
Something like that.
So,
It was dark, because I had because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
so what
Maps, I wanna
time of
say.
the day was it? I mean, if it was dark.
It was towards the
5:30.
evening.
So, afternoonish evening?
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
So take a fire pit or.
So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit, like.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say this is the house, and if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway to slant, and there was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like, it was a tiny fire pit, it wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people build.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big, it wasn't a big deep one,
A shallow one.
real, yeah. Like, I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it, it wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose? Did it have rubber bands around it? Was it a bag? Envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. And it had nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it, it was just up against, like in the fire pit again. Like that, so.
So I have a question, thinking about all your communications with Kouri. Do you know
Can we
text
pause it for
messages
just one
say-
moment?
Sure. Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach. Scott, please proceed.
On the phone, maybe in a cloud, maybe anything like that?
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
or did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told.
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know,
you can see on your
look
phone.
and see. I mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it, I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you. But we're getting down to that area, we're gonna need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So, here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Norman. I'm not
That
trying
is
to.
way more of my.
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out, okay, because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing, and this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because,
It's nothing funny
well,
about
this
it.
second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were gonna test, looking at your text messages, you and Bon Savage.
We just know it's
And that's fucking
away.
awesome. I wanna know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm
We-
catching what you're throwing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm
screwing
going
around
to
it.
do whatever, because I've struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court, and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind,
Oh, that's the only way you get
my
people out of
past.
your life.
Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court, my
Mr.
shit's
Las
tagged.
Vegas, Troy.
Don't call him. Yeah, I told him you call him that, he laughed. I said, you know, you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
I
You need to
like, even my daughter's
get
on
out of
board.
here and start
and
over.
and he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave Heidi's house. I want talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here. that
And
you-
that's why I said, I no longer want to work for the Couris. Doreen, sorry, Doreen
Mm-hmm.
Couris. I don't want, I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about, can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't, like, I don't even know if it was, because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was the Michael Jackson, and like I said, I.
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you,
I want to say maybe she did say that.
she says, can you get,
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because
and so tell me how that would have been said. Because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did. He did, like I said.
I knew it was
Googled
drug overdose, but like, not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
I can look it up.
Look it up, because I'm curious too, but,
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing, that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was several transactions.
There was one,
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but, okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen, but
it's
I
so
just want you,
far,
I want you to know that if you're gonna work with us here, in
It
order
would
for you
be
to
so
be
easier if you
credible.
had like pieces that we can, like blueprint.
You're the
yeah.
biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
You hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He
at
was
this
a
point.
damn good dude, and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally, he did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. But there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother. You know,
Oh, and I get that.
Courtney's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now, and that's everybody else is fucking and suffering, like them.
That's
Them
what
little
it
boys
appears.
love their daddy.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his pride possession. Them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, or he worked so much, but you know what? At the end of the day, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need you to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it. McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or two.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
Okay, we get it cleared up this week.
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you and your cell because then everybody's going to be like, what's that?
Yeah, can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. That doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor in the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation, and he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please? Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing, you've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just not thinking though, that made it.
Well, that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not gonna, give you an empty promise that,
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not gonna say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized in the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not gonna charge you.
With nothing?
No.
Okay.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023 pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-66, please. you just scroll through that real quick?
Your Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment? Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been rolled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
More reading. The day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning, got a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we head back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston while I went to do my weekly volunteering at Tees. Like any other, around 8:30, read the kids a book. About 9 p.m., they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening and texting, or with the hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. And around 9:15, he was screaming mad at the guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, "Let's have a celebration drink." The following day, I was closing on a huge investment in Midway. I'd been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. Went into the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drops. Room brushed teeth. As we both climbed into bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I was going to go sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said I love you and good night, and I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring. I finally fell asleep. March 4th, 3:20 a.m. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back into bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, and I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and went on and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold, and I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy, is the only word I can think of to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him. I just remembered the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed. I ran and turned on the light, and he was pale yellow, mouth open, and nose, and something came over me. Good. I grabbed my phone. I called 911. I ran to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panicked, had sunk in, as well as talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR compressions until EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out of their defibrillator, probably started compressions. The worst part of all this is when they were pumping his lungs, and blood went everywhere. It was like a replay in my head, and it won't go away. I began screaming at the EMTs. They weren't doing it right, but he shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know that that's right and what's wrong? I have no idea. I screamed. I cried. I just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream, fading into in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night before where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth and blank until the officer came out and asked, there was someone I could call. I told him I called my mom back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something was wrong with Eric. I was upset. I was crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until finally I just dropped to my knees praying, and this wasn't happening. At this point, the head EMT walked into me and he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I just lost it. Immediately ran into the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids woke up and I had quickly yelled at them to stay in their rooms. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulance and the cop cars for what had seemed hours at that point. I could feel their fear, though it was through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. I curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words, just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her I was distraught. So was she. She couldn't even speak. She just started to say, can't read it that fast. I love you, good night. I want to sleep with Ashton, and that was it. I just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I need to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing was about when I had called Gene is that it was about 3:45 or 4 a.m. by this time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered. I almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. What? That's very strange. Oh God, this is going to get horrible, y'all. I don't know if I can read all that. Oh my God, March 7th, pick up 12, Cody cleared garage. 14, Cody took computers. March 4th, in passed away. March 5th, Eric passed away March 5th. Friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, whatever, sleepover, had a few drinks. Remember, we laughed, we cried, we danced all night. Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned on a green folder something, if I knew where it was. I mentioned I didn't know. At this point, I can't read it. I can't. It's too much. Called locksmith on the SIF to try to open up the safe to look for folder. Katie was talking about it. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie stepped over. Amy tried to say, I don't know. March 8th, met with a funeral home, signed papers. March 11th, funeral. 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. 26th, boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk on the 12th of the 13th. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant, the house at March. April, then back to March. 28th, filed first something. The trust, something with the trust and the housemate. This will be easier. Chelsea's sex phone records, we never spoke that night. January 13, I read oil change, whatever, something, oil change, found out and got to go with it. July 17, 2010, found out that they provided investigator. He was outside at my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys on the case. November 31st, court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Judge rescheduled court for March 2nd. 7th, Amy is served a subpoena 3rd of June, November 7th, 3rd of January. Mike Malrose gets interviewed November 23rd, 26th.
Detective O'Driscoll did.
I try.
Detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway Mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Mr.
Please. Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you. That's okay, Your Honor. No objection at this time.
State moves to admit and publish 2-17D.
2-17D is admitted.
I have no idea. That would be way off just trying to guess. I guess that's Corey. Here's the respondent. Priority. Normal. It's bedtime. Why are you still up? Respond. I need to have this done tonight. He's meeting with him tomorrow. Okay, I guess that's Richins. Okay, respond. Well, I think it will come out about 6 mil. Oh my God. Ha! Never mind. Spelled like I would. Never mind. To fix the rotten plywood and everything else takes 150K, exterior work 600K, havoc 200K, plumbing 200K, electrical 200K, flooring 250, painting 150, sheetrock 150, pool 300, music, climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator 600, tile 125, cabinets 150, appliances 100, light fixtures 50K, finishing work 200K. It's a lot of work on that place. Thank you, kind sir. That's all I needed. Go to bed. Love you. Love you. Good night. Add 200K more for the driveway and landscaping. This is, I think, Corey's. Okay, cool, done. 4,450,000. It's still not bad. 7.6. I can't remember. You know what? I can pause these. I forget. Still not bad. At least 7.35. Sell for 14 mil to be safe. I forgot I could do that. Duh. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have the project. Time for the project to set up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm low, but we don't have time to do the project. Someone asked, why am I reading this in one of my other social medias? Because we have people that listen while they work, so I read this so they don't miss out. From it looks like K, Kouri, to E. That's fine. He said he knows it's a guess for now. No, we're not doing it. But Matt doesn't finance anything without an analysis to give him his investors. They want to see some sort of numbers. So just create them. Normal.
Scott 2-37D, please. Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
Here we go. You want to... Sorry. You want to grab lunch today with a celebrity shot? A celebratory shot. That would have been interesting. Want to grab lunch with a celebratory shot? I can't celebrate shot tonight. I got to do all the fight on paperwork in the morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. So your husband is wanting to do a celebratory shot because he's allowing you to do this, and you won't take him up on it? Ooh. So the blue is Kouri, green is Eric. Okay, love you. Eric, Kouri, love you.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please.
I haven't seen people use tie clips in a while. I kind of like the nostalgia.
Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
Did Eric talk to you about self-harm? Not self-harm specifically. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to him, you guys will be set for life, like when he would
Thanks,
go
Scott.
hunting and snowmobiling
Can I
and
get
that stuff.
2-72R? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st,
Sorry, May 31st.
but yes, between Ms. Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
It's 5
Okay,
or 2,
cool.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
It's admitted.
who's that? The guy that worked for us?
2-72R, yes.
That's, sorry about that.
I guess the response was yes. Then another text, that's weird. About what? I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. The response, another one wanting their
Detective,
15
I'd like
minute
to
of fame.
turn now
Oh
to
gosh.
some phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
One second, detective. The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript is does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You will also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner.
I can't read it, it's too blurry. We'll listen.
Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. False. Bailey was there. Like, and that's what I put. Yeah. That's what I put. God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see if he can come up with the craziest fucking story? Well, you know, that makes sense to them. Yeah. So they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell? Yes. God, what kind of psycho? Here's a poisoned sandwich I give for you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck? Mom, huh? On the seat of his truck is what it said. What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're gonna feel so stupid, and that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs. Right. You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, so Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this. But they're him, you have through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor. So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note. Oh my gosh, what the hell? And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me. Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe that I believe this. Yes. Exactly. Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous. So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions. answered, I believe, I believe, I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Erica's sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison?
Oh my God, I know. It's like, no the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, nope, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened.
I didn't
Where the
believe
fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No!
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
I have trouble reading it, I'm sorry. 86 Walker.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for one moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
Yeah, foundation is very important in these situations, so gotta lay that foundation, boo. Yeah, I got to get some shopping myself.
All right. Do you remember the question, Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it again.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1,
Walk
read
the
this letter
dog.
aloud?
Here we go.
Page-
I want to sing, "Who let the dogs out?" Kouri. Walk the dog letter. Guys, if you want to know, we have gone through the walk the dog letter. And this is where all the bone of contention happened yesterday. So let's keep a close eye on what happens in court. This is going to be fun. If you've been waiting for the interesting part of today, sit down, grab yourself a cup of coffee, tea, Dr. Pepper, water, whatever it is you drink, because this is probably going to get good.
Page 1, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember.
That is not suspicious
Here's
as
what
hell.
I'm
We do
thinking,
have
but
the
you have
full-
to talk to Ronnie.
By the way, we have the unredacted. I might go back and go over that in one evening this week if need be.
He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever, like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end, let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there, we're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Meaning destroy the letter.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That's important to note.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it, while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay, so it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next
Okay.
week.
All right, so there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular.
Love the snark.
All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you, I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
Be more
So
clear, Boo.
he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Hold on, any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't
Okay.
know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of the, highlight the bottom half for me. All right, there's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
like-
2023?
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So, no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please, thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
We'll use the
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find the section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. The never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to by the way, just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator, thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case?
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but from
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all, or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who is you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh. It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
Whoa, we got a conflab. They're trying to have this big,
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
oh, yeah, I'm going to stop that there. It's kind of like, we're getting too close to this line that we don't want to cross, so we're going to stop before we get in trouble. And Angela, has corrected her many times. This is a pattern with her.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you're assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is, I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your Honor, just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you?
Lay a little foundation.
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, sure.
signposts?
Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment.
It's really bad when the judge is so on it that he's predicting where she's going.
I understand that.
He's a good judge. I mean, there's no
gonna
doubt
get
this man's
specific
paying
about
attention.
timing.
Okay.
I think
Sometimes
that'll
I
solve the
wonder about
problem.
judges.
Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Y'all, I'm excited. My hearing aids shall be in soon, like today or tomorrow. I get new ear molds. I get new everything. Because when I sit here, the sound cuts in and out. It doesn't stay in feed. Angela, the PI did the same thing to Nestor yesterday when he had explained the bumping is a technique to open locks. Yeah, loved him explaining that. That was awesome, y'all. That was awesome sauce. That was amazing. See, my hearing aid just went out, just totally disconnected. I'll wait a minute and see if it reconnects. My monkey's over there jumping around begging for more food in the cage.
Ms. Nestor, if you'd ask your next question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, she lost that one.
All right. And in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and
I gotta go take care of
April
Nala.
26th
She's still
of
hungry.
23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember it earlier,
That's the date that I wrote the report.
no. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not, if you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll
I said
use the end of March.
But
Okay. And then you search Carmen's house, and then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises had been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially.
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment? The objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. As a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Argument.
Overruled. If you understand what she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
All right. And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was a Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and
Oh,
so
you
in
want to
context,
testify for him?
Yeah, we said, yeah, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things, is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering,
And-
and that
I'm
the
so
more,
sorry.
and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your investigation into, oh, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right?
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking.
Foundation.
As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Contradictions, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Contradictions said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Well, objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th?
Yes.
Just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Contradictions.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Contradictions, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
can just approach for a minute.
Sidebar, talking about sidebar. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put a poll up, but understand this testimony's not completed yet, so I'm going to leave it there for a while. But do you think the defense got the aha moment they wanted? Yes, no, maybe, not sure. But I'm just going to leave that up for now. That'll probably be the last poll of the day, because it's 5:17 my time, which means it's 4:17 their time, so we should be getting close to the end of court within the next hour, I presume.
May it please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Contradictions about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is, I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Contradictions' reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Okay, how many pages is the report?
Objection, Foundations. I think we're at the same spot we started with. a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw it.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
Not really.
It doesn't. This demonstrative, Mr. Koutrodimos created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay, so Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly attempted, a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things.
hear that.
What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Koutrodimos probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation, Your Honor. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
General, I'm sorry. Counsel, just ask a more precise question. And if it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under
Sorry, I'm going to inject. How many times does she have to be told foundation, foundation, foundation?
oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him?
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know?
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative. Sustained.
I'll withdraw.
The legislature, come on now, boo. Tori's like,
Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation. When?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame.
Thank you.
Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Koutrodimos to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right.
he's not going to make it easy for her, that's for sure. He is so not making this
Is
easy
it
for her.
true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Miss Lauber conducted a similar transaction to ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Miss Richins.
On that, that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion, is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the Legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't, I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You were involved in at least 8 of the 10.
I want to say this real quick because we've seen this come up in trials before. The lead investigator of his office, his case, other agencies may have different lead investigators and have different evidence. And how they obtain that evidence, he can't testify to. I'll be right back.
Search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Woody.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those
The
to you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab. We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
May we approach?
Okay.
Do we want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Well, let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring to.
What's your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Specifically,
about the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant scope.
This is beyond the scope.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
But beyond the scope of the version or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Oh boy, y'all. Another conflab. you know, a lot of these questions, just because you're the lead investigator doesn't mean that you actually did all the work. You just managed the investigation. No.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
Good for you. Good coverage.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right.
Like
And
if
did
you
you?
had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
Okay. Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximately, well, total or each time?
Each time.
Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when well, strike that. Did you give Carmen rides to meetings with her attorney in your car? After she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mm-hmm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
We need answers, Steve.
I'm sorry.
You gotta say yes, because they can't type, mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Sorry, is this your aha moment?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay. Getting close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Oh, okay. I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific. The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were I think 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Kotradimus testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine, as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is only, yeah, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that that Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts? Keep going, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
This is the day, literally, his last day on Earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I have to
And-
look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be in a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you
Like
recall?
I said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in
Okay.
Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300, I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010. Is it 10? 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We moved to admit it.
Well, objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at maybe approaches.
Yeah.
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 Can we go to
side by?
Is this the first page, Katie?
Hope it works okay. I had to send a charger to my daughter. Hello, Velora. Hello, everybody. Hello, Miss June. It's been a day. It's been an interesting day. Are you praying or are you tired, Miss Kouri? I don't think we've had the aha moment yet, in my humble opinion. Sorry, responding to one of our viewers. So we have a poll up right now. And that poll is, do you think the defense got its aha moment they wanted with Detective Jeff? Oh, I misspelled. Oh, dang these fingers. Driscoll, yes, 0%. Maybe 14%. Not sure 14%. But 71% said no. I'm leaving that up for a minute. I'm leaving it up for a minute. Gonna give it a minute and let y'all wait till he's off the stand. I also think that bringing back the housekeeper, I don't think it hurt. I don't think it helped.
in my humble opinion. But yeah, I'm really trying to hold my opinion until all of the testimony is done, because I don't want to come across bias. I'm trying to just absorb as much as I can. But one thing that I find interesting, and some people think, and I guess she knows better, the defense knows better. Your lead investigators do not do all the work. They are management. They sign off on things. They manage the investigation, but they don't always have 100% of that information in their hand. So for him to have to review things, look at things, refresh his memory is not surprising to me. It's not like he actually did the evidence collecting. He went and did the testing. He went and did the Cellbrite data himself. He's moved up the ladder, in my humble opinion. By the way, we are kind of carrying an interesting case we started looking at today. It is the Fatal Friendship Redrum trial. This trial is about a nurse, Megan Sunwall, who is accused of, I messed with the sound. Sorry, guys. Let me get it back. Who was accused of unaliving her friend Casey Terry by giving her a fatal dose of insulin in an alleged attempt to collect money from her life insurance policy she believed named her as a beneficiary. Utah prosecutors say that Terry appeared afraid and upset at Stonewall and would have done anything she could to keep her happy and keep that friendship. Investigators say the dynamic says that allegedly Terry to lie. Excuse me, I'm having a hard time reading sideways. I'm going to read forward. That will help me a lot. I am reading the description. Dynamic allegedly led Terry to lie to Sunwall, the defendant, about having terminal cancer, something prosecutors claim that Sunwall then used as an opportunity to administer the deadly insulin dose. And it was believed that it would allow her to collect a 1.5 million at most, 1 million at least. So she thought, but Sunwall's defense team claims that Terry wanted her to end her life and their client and did not administer the fatal dose. So, in other words, Casey, the victim, lied about cancer, lied about a lot of illnesses in order to maintain the friendship, and then lied about she got a port for fluids because she was born without a kidney. I mean, y'all, this is drama. It's good. It's good. It's a sleeper case, and we're going to follow it, along with Karen Reed.
Let's pause there. There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today, so we'll be recessing for the day. Between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., as always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case. Please travel safe.
All right. So today was a little interesting. Today they came in and they did their little hearing. They got their stuff worked out. Then they took a long break at 1 p.m. their time. The jury did come in. Today was a half day for the jury. I'm sure they were happy to have a half day. They brought in, why can I not remember the name of the housekeeper? They brought in the housekeeper and she came in on the stand.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Why do we keep
Very
saying...
good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, just real quick.
My apologies.
if there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess, I'm just asking we all be on honor, they don't discuss with him his testimony at all, but if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just, if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
I'm sorry, guys. I keep saying Karen Reed because of KR. It's Kouri Richins. They're too much alike in my mind. Kouri Richins. My bad. I got Karen Reed stuck in the head. I saw her picture earlier today, and it's just stuck in my head. But anyway, in the Kouri Richins case, they came back at 1 o'clock, and the maid was brought back on the stand, or housekeeper. They really attacked her. The times that she broke her probation rules. She went out to a party and there was drinks. She got back late. They found a weapon in the home, things like that. So they really, Carmen, thank you, came back and they really attacked her on that. I think she held up well. To me, that was a nothing burger. And in all honesty, a lot of addicts who are on probation do not really 100% follow rules. They break the rules. They struggle with the rules. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. And sometimes they get themselves in a situation and they're going to get caught because they may have somebody in their household or somebody that has a weapon or something that they shouldn't have in the household. I know there's just a lot of scenarios. But she admitted that she did break a few of those rules. So Carmen, but she has been off of probation and she's been successful, supposedly, through the reports that she has been clean for 4 years. For 4 years, she's been clean. So for me, if I'm a juror and they're sitting here dogging her for things that happened years and years ago, I'm not too sure that's going to change a lot of my weight on her testimony, whether I believe it or not. So right now the poll is going to end and we've already talked about it. So 71% said nope, they didn't get the aha moment. They're not done, but I don't think they're going to get the aha moment they want. Then here comes the lead detective. This is the last witness for the state as of now that we know of. They said today. They also the judge kind of was questioning the defense. Hey guys, do we need to, what are we going to do if you're going to put on a case in chief, this and that? And do you have witnesses lined up? And she goes, yes, we do. And then the lead attorney wanted additional time with Kouri Richins, I guess, to speak about whether or not she's going to testify. So it looks like tomorrow we should start, at least at some point in the day, in the case in chief for the defense. Finally. And then we will come back and start watching some more of the Fatal Friendship Red Room trial. I am going to say goodbye and blessings to all of you. I'll go ahead and hold the drawing till tomorrow. I have just a few minutes to get to the electric company and pay them and get everything set up because I'm moving and I got to get the electric set up at the new place. Yep. All the joys of moving, you know what I mean? But I want to thank everybody for joining us. Once again, my mods, Honey, who's been here all day, and Angela and June have been popping in and out. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate any time that you give. Ari, and One Sunny Day. Valora, thank you for coming. I think, didn't Music Man come in? We've had a lot of different people coming in today that we haven't seen in a while. And if I don't mention you, don't get angry. You're not there right up here. Take care, everybody. See you again tomorrow morning. Same time, same place. In the meantime, have a great night. No rain, no storms, no hail. Yay! It's going to be a good, peaceful evening. Till tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next